for YouTube. I did not realize it was... I didn't realize it was not live for YouTube, and I'm so mad. Hey, Grubby Cat. I just went into a whole spiel about, like, the... how's my day, and I realized I did not press record for YouTube. So, yeah, my bad. Absolutely my bad. How you doing? How you doing, Husk? Yes, you are first. You are first. But yeah... As I said before, re-explaining for the YouTube audience now that are able to now see me and hear me and, you know, regale me. Hey, Audrey-sama, Samurai. Literally, I was doing the Bachelor's exit interview yesterday. I was finishing it. And so it took me till like almost 12 o'clock at night. And I was so tired. And then this thing, I've been trying to finish the stupid Bachelor's interview for like a week. Like, because it's not a small thing to go and it's downpouring. Oh, where you are? Oh, wow. Nah, here it's sunny right now. It's absolutely sunny. It's hot. Like, it's like 90 degrees outside. It's hot. But that's what you expect. You know, where I live, it's like, you get like cold days for like maybe 2 days out of the year. And then you're just like, hot again. But yeah, so I was doing the Bachelor's exit interview because it was the last thing I had to do for college. So it's the last thing. Other than the fact I have to finish my internship. Which my internship doesn't finish till May, so I won't graduate till June. Yeah, the interview, yeah, it's crazy. Because the thing is, they made it to where you don't have to show up in person, but hey, Sylvia, you don't have to show up in person, but you have to literally write paragraphs. And this is a long thing. This is not something you could do in 20 minutes. My teacher lied. He was like, oh yeah, this is something you could get done in 20 minutes. No, it is not. I have been trying to complete it for a whole week. Trying to complete it. But because you have to type paragraphs and you can't save these paragraphs, what ends up happening is, right, I go and I type the stupid paragraph. I get to like a good portion that I have typed. I've typed full essays at this point, you know, on what's wrong with the program, obviously. And then literally the minute it turns 12 o'clock at night, oh, all your progress is gone. And I had to redo everything. What happened yesterday? Was it your birthday? But yeah, so it literally removes your progress once it strikes 12, and you have to restart all over again and rewrite a whole essay. And it's not like one essay of what's wrong with the program. No. You have to write like at least 6 or 7 different essays on what's wrong with the program, but you got to do it in over the course of a day. Like, you don't have a break. So it's so bad because I would write like half of them, take a minute to, like, you know, take a break because I was like, oh my gosh, I need a minute. That's too much to write in one sitting. So I was at my birthday party and I was eating like normal, and then I didn't have cake for the person's birthday, so I sat there with thumbs up our nose. Wait, what? Wait, I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, thumbs up? I don't get it. Is it like a figure of speech, or did that actually happen where you're just like, your friend just stuck their hands in your face? I don't know. I confused. Also on birthdays, I don't eat cake. No cake for me. Yeah. Aw, that's sad, Sil. If you wanted cake. I don't eat cake on birthdays. I usually will have ice cream. Ice cream cake, which is a completely different thing. That or I'll have like a pie or something like that. Because my brothers are allergic to eggs, so we can't have cake in our house. We didn't have cake, yeah. Today I went to K-pop fasting diet after seeing again that. Don't go crazy, Audrey Samurai. Don't go crazy. But yeah, so I had to redo this bachelor's exit interview like 3-4 times, and I hated it. I hated it every minute of it, and it tired me out so much. It also ain't my birthday. It's on the 17th. Okay, I knew your birthday's coming up. I know your birthday's in December. I just didn't remember if it was Robin's birthday or yours birthday that comes first. I didn't remember. That was the only thing I knew your birthday's in December because you mentioned. It's December something, but I just didn't remember the number. But yeah, well, you'll probably get to celebrate with me. But yeah, but yeah, it just was hell. And then what made it worse, right, is that I'm like, okay, I finally got it done. I even treated myself to a flan. My mom made homemade flan at home, and if you know, homemade flan is peak. So my mom made a homemade flan. If you don't know what flan is, look it up. It's good. But and then I was like, okay, I'm settling in for the night. I'm gonna lay down and I'm gonna go to sleep, right? That's what's gonna happen, right? That's what's gonna happen, right? No, that was not what was gonna happen, unfortunately. What happened was I go to lay down. I did everything in my power to force myself to go to sleep. I put like my weighted blanket on. I had my weighted face mask. I put my hair up. I did everything, right? I did absolutely everything. And my brain just decided, you know what? Nah, you don't get to go to sleep. Hey, Valentino, welcome. Welcome, I haven't seen you in a minute. Absolutely haven't seen you in a minute. You're killing me here with flan and ice cream. It's my weakness. But yeah, so I could not go to sleep. Because you know how artists, they often say, oh yeah, I have ideas and they come to me in my sleep, they come to me at night, and if I don't get them, they pop like a bubble and they disappear forever. You know, Taylor Swift mentions this, or like Ariana Grande, or like some movie makers, they mention this. No. My ideas are persistent. My brain is persistent. I'm here in the flesh, yes. My ideas will be like, no, you need to write us down. You need to. We will not let you sleep. You will not get a semblance of rest. If you do rest, I will come back and go and haunt you, and you'll continue and I will continue to go and be persistent and come for you, and you will write me down. You will absolutely write me down. Like, that's how my ideas for movies work, like my writing ideas. So I can't go to sleep till I write down my movie ideas, because then the scene just replays in my, like, behind my eyes. Oh, thank you! Thank you for subscribing! But yeah, it just replays behind my eyes, and I'm just like... And I was just like, can you... No! You need to take allergy medicine, man. You don't eat peanuts and then... Like, are you wanting to go to the hospital, man? Remember the last time you mentioned you went to the hospital because you ate peanut butter? Don't do that. But yeah, so my ideas, they don't stop. They just come back, and they come back, and they come back, and they just replay over and over again until I write them down. They are persistent, and they are annoying. And I love them. I love my ideas. They're very wonderful ideas. They're really cool scenes. And, like, I'll come up with these really cool ideas. Like, I was writing on the vampire. You guys know I'm writing a story about, like, a vampire hospital show. I'm writing that right now. And I was like, I a couple days before, I had looked up the mythology of American vampires. If you guys don't know, there is a whole collection of American-based vampire legends that I was like, oh my gosh, these are super cool. What are the ones for, like, my area? What are the ones for the South? Because I do like vampire legend, don't get me wrong. I love vampire movies. But if I could do an American vampire, you know, a classic American vampire, not the one from Hollywood, like a real classic one from American cryptid mythology, oh my gosh, that would be such a subversion. It would be such a cool subversion. So I was like, oh my gosh, that would be amazing, right? So so that came back to bite me in the ass, because then my brain concocted a scene of, because one of the things I've had an issue with is, like, how do I get one of the main characters to be forced to, like, room with her best friend who's a werewolf? How do I do that? Because obviously the werewolf, you know, they own this home, this family house, and the whole reason why they own the house is so that way they you know, don't kill their neighbors. So, like, so I have to have a good enough reason for the werewolf to be like, actually stay at my house, right? There has to be a good enough reason other than I want you to be here. You know, there has to be an amazing reason, right? So I was like, how can I do this? And then it came to me. It came to me where I was like, what if it's a boohag? If you guys don't know what a boohag is, think vampire, but for asthmatics. It's a vampire for asthmatics, basically. Or it's like a shiki too. It's similar to a shiki. If you don't know what a shiki is, look up Oklahoma vampire mythology. You'll know what I mean. But basically, these are vampires, but they, instead of turning into bats, they turn into owls. They turn into owls. But the ones for the boohag, what it does is, instead of stealing your blood and drinking your blood, what it does is it steals your breath. So it will basically suffocate you. It will suffocate you to death. That's the point, right? They go and they turn into, like, an owl in the night and they stalk you, right? But they're human during the day, right? So that's the mythology. And I was like, that's so perfect. It's absolutely so perfect, because if you guys have ever lived in a dorm, one of the main issues that can happen in a dorm is mold. Think about it. That's something for a skeptic, where if you're a skeptic in a supernatural world, you're going to immediately point to mold in the dorms, right? You're going to point to that. You're not going to be like, oh yeah, my roommate is stealing my breath and suffocating me in my sleep, right? You're going to be like, sleep paralysis demon, right? You're going to be like, oh yeah, that's sleep paralysis, I'm hallucinating, right? Because the point is, the main character's a skeptic in a supernatural world, right? She loves, like, supernatural fan fiction, but she believes it's fiction. That's the key. The monsters are fiction to her. She's a skeptic. So the idea is, like, I needed to come up with a monster that gives a real threat that she needs to leave her dormitory and two, one where she can easily explain it away, right? It can be easily explained away. It's a mystery to solve in the first episode. Like, what is the monster of the week, right? But instead of we slay the monster of the week, we're solving what the monster is and then finding another way to counteract it, right? Because the whole point of the show is not to slay monsters or kill monsters. There is going to be some monsters that die, don't get me wrong, but that's not the point of the show, right? A normal monster of the week scenario is, oh, monster comes up, we figure out what the monster is, we kill the monster by the end of the episode. I want to do something a little different with that. So that's the idea. Should I eat some pumpkin pie? Try it. Absolutely. But yeah, so I was like, okay, so that makes sense. Make it a boo hag. Her roommate is actively trying to kill her, right? Her roommate is actively trying to kill her. She wakes up the first night and she's like, she sees like a silhouette, like hunched over her, but she's like, I'm probably like, this is a sleep paralysis demon. And then she wakes up the next day and she's like, I'm out of breath, man. I really need to like work out or something like that. And then like it progresses through the week where she's like starting to cough and she's starting to like, she's really out of breath. And she still sees this demon at night. But she's like, it's like, it kind of looks like an owl. And her friend, who's the werewolf, is like putting the cogs in his mind together and figuring it out and working it out with their English professor, which their English professor, I made them kind of like a folklore teacher as well. But yeah, I made them like a folklore teacher as well. So because the professor, spoiler alert, is a vampire, you know, which he has some sexual tension with the head doctor of the vet clinic. I will one day go into that. Yeah, that's the idea. I want to one day first make it a book, because that way you guys can get your hands on it quicker. Because I acknowledge that it's a lot harder for me to put it out as a script. Because it's something where I can't just like put it out, right? That's something I have to, rework it, make sure it works for a television schedule, get like a rough storyboard, and then do an animatic. That's a lot of stuff, and then that takes time before you guys get to watch it. So the idea I'm doing right now, which I had to pivot to do that, is go and change it to be that I write a book. Which, if you guys know me, there's a reason why I choose to do scripts. Scripts are a lot easier for me with my mental disabilities. I have learning disabilities, and it's really, really hard for me to write. Yeah, it has like, I'm taking elements from a lot of shows. Like, you kind of have to with like monster shows and lore. Every show that you've ever seen is a spoof on some other show combined together, right? So mostly I took elements from Teen Wolf, which I'm so happy that Netflix took it back. I was like, yes, Netflix took it back. What's up? Perfect time. I'm gonna be cooking since. Oh, that's good, Wet Dream. I'm explaining my the ideas that have been keeping me up at night. But yeah, so basically hey Daku, welcome. But yeah, Interview with the Vampire is goated, yes. But I liked elements from each show. Like, for example, I liked what Teen Wolf did with the werewolf mythology, right? That there were different types of werewolves. I really liked that the veterinarian was like this person that was basically the only hospital for these supernatural people, which I liked about that because it makes so much sense, right? I really liked that. I didn't like Scott McCall as much as a character, but I like Styles Stilinski. So I borrowed some elements of Styles that I loved about his character and put them into the main character, who's the skeptic of the show. I also have been like, I took elements from like, you know, different cryptid shows I watched when I was younger. I and creepypastas I read about. I also took from Vampire Diaries and Legacies and Originals because I really liked that crime structure from Originals. I wasn't sure about Teen Wolf, but then I saw it and I loved it. Yeah, it's one of those where I wish, the only grievance I have with Teen Wolf is I wish that they did not make Scott McCall stupid. That was the only thing that I was like, can we not make the main character stupid? It's to the point where I don't even know how he's graduating high school. Like, I don't even know. He's very dumb. Like, he was a decent, like, average intelligence in the first season, but progressively through the series, he just got dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber. And I was like, I did not like that feature. I did not like the feature. But I liked the idea of his character, in terms of, like, how he was in his structure of his pack. I really liked what type of leader he was. That was one thing that I could say I liked about Scott McCall. What, Sylvia, what's happening? I really liked it. And the one person that stood out to me that I liked, the people, were Styles Stilinski. I really liked his character. He was well written. But I like Scott, and I also have asthma, and I love werewolves. Yes, I also like that. The only thing I didn't like is that about that aspect is how they brought the asthma back into the story. I want a Lenny update or a decoration sneak peek. Yes, please do. I wish that he stayed with the asthma. In my opinion, I wish he did. Like, throughout the entire show, I wish he still had the asthma, because in my opinion, werewolves, all your ailments shouldn't disappear the minute you become a werewolf. That should not happen, right? In my opinion, you shouldn't suddenly, like, if you become a werewolf, oh yeah, I lost a leg in the war. Oh wow, I became a werewolf. It grew back. You know, that doesn't make sense. Okay, it doesn't make sense. So imagine. Oh, thank you for following, Mad. Thank you. You know, it absolutely doesn't make sense why someone would actually, like, you would not regrow limbs. So why would your ailments, like asthma, go away? You know, in my opinion, that shouldn't happen, right? You should still be a werewolf, but you still have what you had before, in my opinion. But, and so I'm changing that. LOL, without context, wishing someone had asthma is diabolical. Which one, girly, decoration or Lenny? I'll choose decoration because we get a lot of Lenny updates. But yeah, so I personally really like. I also took some aspects from Vampire Diaries I actually liked about Vampire Diaries. I liked how they did the witches in that universe. I liked how they did it. I didn't like the type of spell magic. I felt the spell magic was a little weak. Like the spell system, I liked the fact that nature always finds a balance, but I felt it got a little too excessive to a point. So I feel that I would probably change it to be something different. And especially since I'm changing the source of where magic came from, I'm gonna have to change it anyways. So, because in my universe, magic came from the fairies. It came from the fae and deals they made with humans. So that's really where monsters and cryptids and witches came from. They were from deals and punishments and mistakes humans made with the Fae, and that have boiled down through generations. That's how I chose to approach it, right? Because I'm someone that I like cryptids more. I like cryptids in the idea of that, like, it makes it more grounded. I like a more grounded, like, supernatural show. And it doesn't have to be grounded in the sense of, like, oh, it's science, you know. I'd rather be more grounded, like, we acknowledge magic exists, and it's a part, we just don't, a part of the world, but we humans don't understand it, like how we understand, like, there are concepts of science that humans still don't understand, and it's just because we haven't figured out the answer yet. I haven't seen Vampire Diaries. I'm not a big fan of vampires. Yeah, I think the reason why you're not a big fan of vampires is you're not a big fan of Hollywood vampires. Hollywood vampires, they don't borrow a lot from vampire lore, whereas classic vampires, they're a lot more interesting, a lot more deadly, and a lot more crazy. I also borrowed some aspects from the Culebras from Dusk Till Dawn, because I love Quentin Tarantino. You know, I love Quentin Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez, their movies. So I had to include the Culebras as part of my mythos. So yeah, like the Culebras, I borrowed elements from Dusk Till Dawn. If you guys don't know that movie, please watch it. Please watch it. It will explain a lot about my personality. But and my fascination with monsters. Do the series though. The series is better, to be honest. I know it's controversial to say it, but like in my opinion, the series goes better into the story. Just get to, like, I would say maybe season 3 and stop it. Don't go to season 4. Don't go to season 4, Katie. You don't need to know what happens to Katie. You don't need to. Quentin Tarantino, the feet-loving Tarantino, yes, he's great. He's amazing. Oh, thank you for liking. Bone Daddy, thank you. But yeah, so yeah, I really appreciate Quentin Tarantino and what he's done with it. I also really, really, really appreciated, like, Sinners. That was another one that I really appreciated. The lore of the monsters, the Irish vampires, I really like that aspect of it. So I borrow from a lot. I'm borrowing from a lot of shows and a lot of things, but I'm acknowledging that the very important thing is I'm not borrowing from one. You know, oh my gosh, oh, thank you for the roses. Thank you. I've never had that happen. I've never had anybody send me roses. Thank you. Oh man, thanks. But yeah, Sinners, I borrowed some ideas because I really like how they didn't take the vampires too seriously. I like that. Because vampires shouldn't be, like, super serious creatures. They're a creature that you can literally drop rice on the floor, and they are so OCD, they have to count it. They have to count the rice before they can attack. So, think about it. Why would the monster be serious if that's one of their weaknesses? You know, it's kind of hilarious. There's a lot more hilarity to, like, monster lore, and I really appreciate cryptid lore. That's not fair, especially since you have a dope model. Yeah, it's just, the problem is for you guys on TikTok, you don't get to see me, like, you only get to see me, like, maybe once a week, because TikTok will take down my lives. They go and they allow my lives for, like, and they'll allow my live for the once a week that I'm allowed to go live, and then they revoke my access for 7 days, and then they reinstate it, which is annoying. It's absolutely annoying because I know you guys like when I come out and say hi, you know. Like, you guys love it, you know, but you guys, you know, don't get to see me. And also, you guys don't get updates like the YouTube people do. That's understandable. That's my this is my second account. Yeah, it's just like, you guys don't get as many updates as YouTube does. YouTube is spoiled in the fact that I could send them updates, I could send them information, I can send them like a bunch of what's going on with the channel, whereas you guys don't really know. You only get like a snapshot of what's going on. It affects their predator sites. Nah, personally for me, like I said, I like cryptids, I like monsters. I want to have mermaids in my lore because mermaids are cool, in my opinion. Like, mermaids and sirens and, like, wyrens and all of these are really, really cool monsters. And I've always loved monsters. They're my favorite thing. And I'm trying to create a connected universe across my 7 scripts I'm writing. What, your YouTube? What's your YouTube? I'll follow you too. Oh, thank you for following. Yeah, it's Chrise The Abyss. So, Chrise The Abyss. But yeah, I'm working on writing mermaids into the script, and the whole point is the reason why I'm going more cryptid with it also is that it makes writing medicine and writing hospital procedures a lot easier, because I can rely on my years of marine biology and biology studies, natural biology studies that I used to have. I majored in for like, I majored in middle school in marine biology and natural studies. So I have a very in-depth knowledge in skeletal and muscular and interspecies knowledge of how the structures of their body work, how does their blood and their blood flow work, what are little details that are part of some animals that are part of other animals that you don't really realize, the reason why some predators have certain eyes and why other animals have other eyes. You know, I know all this information because I majored in marine biology before I did anything with film or theater. So I have a lot of experience with drawing skeletal. Yes, Mothman will be featured. I will have Jersey Devils and Mothman. Because Mothman's awesome. Why not include Bigfoot too? Why not? The only ones I'm not messing with, but this is in lore, like in-universe reason why the hospital doesn't mess with it, or whatever's in Appalachia. Because whatever's in Appalachia is too feral to treat. Right? It's too feral to treat. The rest of them, they know, they behave, they're normal people, they just, you know, eat people once in a while. Whereas the feral things in like Appalachia are stuff created by the fairies and the fae that are not worth anybody's time to mess around with. You know? And I think that's fair to have in my mythology. It gives a good reason for why we don't mess with some of them. We don't mess with some of them. We don't do things like whatever's in Appalachia, you just have to shelter in place. That's something that we do not treat. So, I'm a Mothman. But yeah, so I will have Mothman and stuff like that, but I'm writing the book right now. I'm writing the books right now, 7 books. So imagine writing 7 books at once is not exactly an easy task. You know, on top of creating 95 different shorts right now, on top of doing streaming, on top of finishing my stuff for college, on top of also getting my stuff done for my internship. It's a lot of stuff I'm doing in the background, as you guys can probably picture. But this is why I say I cannot go to sleep when my ideas come. They just keep coming over and over and over, and I just have to just like, okay, shelter in place, just go and type it, get it done. You know, I was working on that like all like till 7 o'clock in the morning. I was like doing that. Like I was writing that till 7 o'clock in the morning. Oh my gosh, Mothman is here. All hail the Holy Grail. Yes! Holy glory of Mothman. Yeah. Oh, thank you for subscribing, Matt Stone. Thank you. Are you excited for Markiplier's film? Yes. And for any of you, I am telling you, it is very important to please, if you have a theater near you that is showing Iron Lung, please buy those tickets. Buy those tickets. I'm not affiliated with Markiplier at all. I am not affiliated with him. Never met him in person. I'm saying this as someone that knows the implications of him putting out a movie like this on the wider industry. He needs, specifically, if you're gonna buy your tickets, buy it in the first 5 weeks. Buy it in the first 5 weeks, even if it's good, even if you hear it's bad or stuff like that. Please do it, because the box office sales right now, when I went to check on Markiplier's thing, like especially for my area, he only shows up in 3 theaters for me and across 3 time slots, and it's the bad 5 to 6 o'clock time slot. So he's only in a very short time slot in terms of, you know, he's in a not so great time slot. He's only going to be shown in only like a few theaters. So in order for movie theaters to continue to play or to expand their outreach of the movie, you have to prove to them in the first 3 weeks that the stream is not sponsored by Markiplier. I wish it was, though. Would love to meet him. But in the first couple weeks, the movie theaters, how pay structures for movies work. In the first couple weeks, the first week, all the money goes to the movie theater. All the money goes to the movie theater. The second week, about 90% goes to the movie theater, 10% goes to Markiplier. Then, third week, 80% goes to the movie theater, and 20% goes to Markiplier. So that's how pay structures, and it goes on like that till the movie gets all the way down to a percentage of 10% for the 10 to 5% for the movie theater. So that's how the pay slot scale works for movie theaters. So in order for them to know what movies, girly, I did send the decorations, but then I deleted it so I could send my so I sent my OC. Okay, I'll look at it. Just give me a minute. But yeah, so basically, like, in order to prove to a movie theater that that movie needs to be shown to multiple theaters and that multiple people, they will make money past that day, past those couple weeks, you guys need to buy tickets. You guys need to buy tickets, especially in the first couple weeks. Please show up to the first couple showings. His first showing is on January 29th. Please do it, because like I said, if you could prove to these movie theaters that he deserves a spot amongst these people, amongst these big filmmakers like Michael Bay or like James Cameron or Tarantino and stuff like that. If you can prove that to these box offices, they're going to be more willing to say yes to agreements to show more movies from YouTubers. You will see a lot more movies from YouTubers. You will see a lot more animes from YouTubers. You will see a lot more things. That's why this is very important. You know, forget my projects. Do that one. If there's anything that you guys do, pay that $12, $20 ticket to go to that movie, because we need to prove to these movie theaters that YouTubers have a place in film. They have a place. This is where TV's going. This is where movies are going. And I had to explain to my administration at my school, like at my college, that would basically be such film snobs that every single time I would go and talk to them about wanting to go into digital filmmaking or want to go, not go the traditional route, I would be faced with so much animosity. I was faced with a lot of animosity. I even had a professor that said, in the same breath that he mentioned, oh, wow, he was like, yes, he was talking about, did a lecture on the fact that The Guild, made by Felicity Day, if you have never watched that web series, please do. That show was a successful YouTube project that Felicity Day created. She created independently on YouTube, and it became successful. And in the same breath that he said that, he said, oh, but you'll never make money on YouTube, so you shouldn't try. That's why I say it's very important that if you have money and you do plan, if you have a passive want to go and see Iron Lung, please do, because it proves to the box office that he should have a shot. You know, Markiplier should have a shot. And a lot of these other filmmakers should have a shot. Not just, you know, that filmmaker that went and they kissed up to somebody's ass for 20 years. Not to say that's not a way to do it, but that we should have more people that came from, you know, independent backgrounds. They should be lifted up, in my opinion. So that's where that's why it's important. That's why it's absolutely important, and why I stress it so hard. But yeah. But yeah. Let me go and see Sylvia's decoration. But yeah. But because, like I said, it doesn't just affect Markiplier. It affects the greater landscape and even education systems around filmmaking. Like Sean Baker and Tangerine and Red Rocket and Aurora. Not really, because those were done by studios. Remember, Markiplier is doing it through his own independent project. And the only reason why he got the ability to get the green light in studio to send it to box offices was because of the fact that he did so well with Into Sleep. I was not listening. I was eating nachos. Well, then rewind, man. Rewind. Rewind. Okay, let me see. Let me see how this is going. I'm looking at like Sylvia's thing. Where is it? We like Bakugo, but we don't need Bakugo right now. Let me see. Oh, that's cute. That's cute, Sylvia. Okay. Let me take a picture of it so I can show you guys. Her little OC. Do you want me to show your OC? I want to make sure I'm not doing something you don't want. So, I love my nachos. But yeah. The other thing I would, so like I said, because I couldn't go to sleep, I didn't get to go to sleep till 7. So I was like, you know what? What would be the best thing for me right now? Just push back the live stream. And I think that's going to be what's going to happen for a while. Till my body acclimates, because right now my brain knows school is over, right? My brain knows it. It knows tomorrow's the movie premiere, right? Tomorrow's my movie premiere, and then it's over, right? But my body hasn't. Oh, thank you for following, KJ Jenkins. Welcome, thank you. But yeah, so like my body hasn't caught up to it yet, and I don't think it's gonna catch up for another week. Like, it's not gonna catch up for like probably another week, and then my sleep schedule will finally like probably acclimate by then. Hopefully, I'm hoping. I'm absolutely hoping. Is this RuneScape real? I love nachos. Yes. This is not RuneScape, but we're doing just chatting, and then later on today well, not later on today, in like about 7 minutes we're gonna do crime scene cleaner. So that's the deal. So I'm just showing off what I do for you guys in TikTok that don't know what I do. Whenever a chatter sends me any pictures, is that people will submit pictures on my community tab, and I will show them off with their permission, and if it's not offensive, to you guys to show the beautiful artwork and the beautiful things that you guys make. So this is Sylvia's. She just sent it. This is her OC. Let me show it to you guys in TikTok. So yeah, this is Sylvia's OC. I really, like I say with all artwork, I always like it. I do like it. I will say my critiques, but this is not saying that your picture is bad. It's just saying, you know, things that point out to me. That's the only thing, right? I do like the look of it. I do think that you need to work on the shadows on the clothes, because the clothes, the wrinkle, it needs a little bit of like, it feels very 2D compared to the 3D elements of the face, and the face. So I do think you need to work on like texturing and wrinkling. I would look into like looking at drapery patterns or stuff like that in order to analyze, you know, how does different fabrics, you know, what light does to different fabrics. I've noticed, you know, for me, I've done that for years. I've done still life, so I know what fabric does, you know, what different fabrics do. I know use pointillism for fabric grains or stuff like that. So that's why I say this. But yeah, I think that the hair is pretty good. It's very shiny, but it's a nice tone to it. You got really nice thing. The only thing I would say is maybe you need to have, I think you might need like a slight highlight. Like, not a highlight in like the light sense, but a highlight in like the like a bloom effect, if you know what I mean. It was my first one I made. I made it at 12. Oh man. Yo. It's good for 12. But yeah. But you gotta so if you haven't fixed it, like I said, clothing needs to be on the same, because if you're gonna do a 3D face, you need to like kind of do like a 2D 3D thing with the clothes at least, so that way it's like kind of like you did that with the face. The face is like a 2D 3D like hybrid, and you kind of need to do the same with the clothes, because that way it meshes together, because right now it feels like you've dropped the head and the hair onto the body. Hey Iceman, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? We feel I know you're probably in pain, but I want to make sure you're doing okay. And then the background, you might want to, I can't tell where the sun direction is with the background. That's the only thing I will say. I live. Yes, you do. You live and you won the court case, at least. But yeah, there's the background doesn't indicate a sun direction for me, but other than that, you're doing good. I would like put like a starburst behind the hair. You know, that would indicate a light direction. But other than that, you're doing good. Let me go into vertical and turn these off. Yeah. Yes, you live. You live. But yeah, today's outfit, I was like, you know what? We're going for like a, remember, we're still going for Christmassy vibes, so I'm going for the red and green. So like that's my hard rule. It's got to be red, green, or white. Right? Because Christmas, right? So I was like, okay, so I did do the shirt last time, being like, okay, we're gonna do like the white trim on the top, and then we're gonna do the shirt at the bottom, and then we're gonna go and we're gonna have it more of like a lighter hue, right? But then I was like, today I was like, I'm going, oh, my streams are healing you. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's wonderful. I really hope you get better. But yeah, so yeah. So I was going for that, and I was like, well, considering the theme of today, I wanted to kind of wear something that was like kind of adjacent to Deja Vu, right? So the theme of, you'll understand why I say Deja Vu real quick. Thank you. It's modeled after a necklace I actually own at home. The only thing that I don't have on the necklace that I have it on my necklace there is I have my class ring. From high school. I put the class ring around my neck. But other than that, that's the only thing I do, because I don't like wearing rings. You don't see it on my model, and you don't see it on me. I never wear rings. I don't like rings. It's not a aesthetic thing. I just don't like the feeling. But yeah, so I wanted to go for a darker vibe, but give you the sense of Deja Vu. So I went with the same jacket, changed the shirt, removed the trim, made the shirt the This Bites shirt, changed the color of the This Bites shirt to be a red tone, because like I said, we're going green and red. And then I went with a slightly more brick color tone to the rest. Did you know I'm a girl? I did not know, Iceman. I did not know. I did not know, Iceman. But yeah, I didn't know you were a girl. Oh. I don't think it ever came up. I don't think it ever came up. For Robin, it did. For you, I don't know. I don't think it ever did. I'm a moth. You guys being wild in the comments. But yeah, like, so yeah, literally, I literally, I went for like a darker hue, and then for my coffee, I did something different with my coffee. I was in the mood for Cocoa Pebbles cereal milk. If you guys know, you know. I wanted the flavor of Cocoa Pebbles cereal milk. So, what I did was I was like, okay, I'm gonna do instant coffee because we finally got instant coffee back. So I was like, oh my gosh, I haven't had instant coffee in a minute. Let me have that, right? So I got instant coffee, but then instead of putting the milk, I was like, let me distill and concentrate the Cocoa Pebbles cereal milk. So I made myself cereal, right? And I let it soak for as long as I could. Ate the cereal out of it, and then used the milk for my coffee. Oh. Did you know Valentino was actually based on a real moth that got extinct? I did not know. I thought he was based on a Luna moth, though. I thought he was a Luna moth or a silk moth. Like, I thought that was what it was. I don't know. But yeah, so I literally was like, oh, I need cereal milk as the main ingredient for the flavor. So I did that. I added Cocoa Pebbles cereal milk, instant coffee, sugar, like obviously sugar because you need to sugar it. And then a lovely crimson tree. You're 2 away from 700. Yes, I'm excited. I'm absolutely excited, Ollie. Absolutely. Like I said, this is why I say I never worry about, like, when people follow or when people subscribe. I never worry about it because, you know, people subscribe or follow for whatever their reasons are. And if they actually truly like who I am, they'll refollow. You know, refollow, or they'll resubscribe. I don't, in my opinion, I don't actually, you know, hate. I don't go crazy. Yeah, 700. We're almost at 700. Which I'm so excited about. I'm so excited to get to 700. That would be amazing, especially if we get to that by the end of the live stream. Oh my gosh, that would be amazing. That would be absolutely amazing. But yeah, so literally, I am like almost there for 700 subs. Hopefully we could, like, hopefully my goal is by the end of December to get to 1,000. That is my goal. That is my absolute goal, is to hopefully get to 1,000. But if I don't make it, it's gonna be fine. I did just sub. And thumbs up. But yeah, so I'm hoping to get there at some point, and then, you know, that is my goal. If I don't make my goal, then okay, that's fine. You know, I'm not gonna be sad about not hitting 1,000, like in the month of December. You know, I'll eventually hit it. I just won't hit it. It just won't be there. I'm 6 away from 200, and I'm pumped. Yeah. Like I said, I don't like focusing on the number aspect. I rather focus on the people behind the number, because the people behind the number are what really matter. Those are what matter. Numbers don't really translate to views. Like, you guys can attest to this, is that you guys, you know, in numbers, sure, I don't have like big numbers of people who are watching me. Like, if I crack 400 views on both streams, that's great, you know, but you guys watch for very long periods of time. You guys watch for long periods of time. You guys love it. Yes, the game that's on the menu is Crime Scene Cleaner, because we actually are on the last level of Nightmare Mode. We're on the last level. I know it has a lot of stuff going on with it, so that's why that's why I wanted to make it a singular stream, was it has a lot going on with that level. So that's the only thing. That's the only reason. that I was like, okay, maybe I need to do that. But yeah, so we are doing Crime Scene Cleaner. It's the level, if you guys remember from way back a long time ago, it's a level with the factory, not the factory, the warehouse. The warehouse with the conveyor belts and the magnetized, like, movable shipping crates and stuff like that. So it's that one. And I'm so excited because we get the portal, we get the black hole feature for the trash can. We get the black hole feature. I'm excited. You know, I finally have an abyss, you know, to show. You know, I was trying to know about this game, and I never knew about this game until you played it. Yeah, and you know what's absolutely hilarious? I was one of the, like, I'm not gonna say I was the first. I was definitely not the first to play it, but all of my favorite streamers, like, I started playing it and I got, like, I finished all of the normal mode, and then all my favorite streamers, they all decided to watch. You know, they all started they all not started watch, they all started to play the game. And I was like, I don't know if it was that they noticed that everybody was playing it or something like that. One thing I love about you as a YouTube, you make sure your face is in focus and not your chest. Yeah, I don't, like I said, my boobs are just a thing that's there. They're there. I acknowledge that I got big ones, you know, but it's not a focus of the stream. I don't care, you know, I'm not gonna, like, I don't see a reason to accentualize that part of me, because I think that it's more interesting all the stuff I'm able to do with my face. It's more interesting that I'm able to be as articulate, and I love how my hair swishes. You guys know I love the hair swishies. I love my hair. Look at it. Look at how my hair moves. That is peak physics. Peak physics. Look at this. It's peak physics. I got the swishy hair. You guys know I love swishy hair. I love hair in real life and in model that swishes. Iceman, go get the other stream for full screen. But yeah, like, but yeah. I love it. I love swishy hair. It's one of my favorite things in the world. But yeah, like I said, it's not, to me, it's not really important. But yeah. And then before the stream, like I said, nice eye movement. Thank you. That's mostly the reason why I have so much articulated eyes is in reality, I do a lot of my facial movement through my eyes. So, do you want to see the full VTuber? Trust me. You don't want to see the full VTuber, trust me. Oh gosh. I sent you something. Okay, I'll see. Hey Chance, welcome. I'll see. I'll see what you sent. Let me see. Oh! Know what? Now I get it. Yeah, I get it now. Now I get it. Why do you change your VTuber every stream? You change clothes and hair. Because for me, it feels weird if it stayed the same. Like, to me, it's weird. You know, like, it always bothered me in shows that when the cartoon character never changed clothes. It always bothered me. And so for me, I need my model to change clothes. Plus, I can't afford any of these clothes in real life. So my only time I can express my fashion is through my model. And so if I can express my fashion through a model, that it's free to make these, or free to, for most of these shirts, I would much rather just do that. You know what I mean? Like, I would just rather do that. One day I will be able to have money to have a closet full of nice clothes. Maybe one day. But as it stands, the only thing I could do is just, you know, put what I want to wear on my model. And unfortunately, like I said, I just don't have a wardrobe that fits that, you know. My arms are bleeding bad. Chance, stop making yourself bleed. What did I tell you about skin picking? What have I told you about the skin picking? I just hit 500 off of one of my shorts. Congrats, Iceman. Congrats. Why? It's broken. Do you need a chop? Yo. My most viewed short is like 2K. My most viewed short is actually like 3K. 3K. What happened? So, yeah, my most viewed short is only 3K. Did you see it? Yes, I did. It takes me a minute to, like, download the picture. So, look at it. Look at it. This is what Valentino sent. Look at what Valentino sent. Look at it. Look. This is the extinct moth. The extinct moth that Valentino's based off of. Apparently. I can't help it. I finished a really good anime. I'm sad. I'm finished. It happens. You know. I'm just... For me, I get sad over Apothecary Diaries. But yeah, I get sad over Apothecary Diaries because I want more content. I'm just like, oh my gosh, I can't wait for people to get to the scene where, like, Jinchi is just trying to hold himself back in a carriage, and Mao Mao is just, she like, pours water onto his hand, and then, like, goes and uses her finger to, like, make shapes with the water along his arm. And he literally talks about, you know, you could be an amazing courtesan if you actually applied yourself. And she's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And I love it. I love it. I'm excited for when the fandom gets that part. Because I'm like, oh my gosh, the amount of stuff I know about Apothecary Diaries. I'm right now trying to get in my possession the full Apothecary Diaries light novels. I'm trying to get them right now. So, I want them in my possession. The anime was called Komi Can't Communicate. That one's a good one. I do agree. It's very nice. The art style kind of fell off a little bit, but like, I do think that it looked nice. It's a nice one. I do agree. Like, I liked the themes of it. I do think that for a character that's like selectively mute, I think that they kind of go and they kind of I feel like there's a way to say this. It's like inspiration. I'm not gonna say the word. But I feel like it falls into that category where you have someone with like a very debilitating disability, and then the whole point is like, oh, how do I overcome this? And then like, how do I overcome it and all that stuff, and we don't really get more out of it. That's my only grievance with Komi. That's my only grievance with it. I feel like there could be more to her character than, oh, she doesn't talk. You know? I feel like there should be more. Moth in the image is a rosy flannel moth. Trosia Nigopokingeria, which is a commonly referred to as the strawberry cake moth. Oh, that's nice. But yeah, so yeah, like before the stream, while it was, you know, doing its thing, you know how it is. It always goes crazy. I'm right now setting up, by the way, in the background, I'm setting up the game. In the background, I was like, oh man, I haven't done it. What you guys don't know is sometimes when I'm bored, I'll go and waiting for stuff. Sometimes I'll go and do musical impressions. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. I will go. I have to go, but good luck at 700. Thank you, Iceman. I hope you have a wonderful day. I hope you have a wonderful day. Feel better. You know, eat your favorite ice cream or cake. But yeah. But for me, like, I love doing musical impressions when I'm bored. So I'll go and I'll do, like, oh my gosh, my mouse is, like, refusing to move. What is happening? What is going on with my mouse? My mouse is like, nope, you don't get. I'm not gonna let you move me. No, I refuse. I refuse to move. Where the... Okay, this... Okay. Let me plug it back in. It's 10:50 p.m. here. Here it's a different time. It's like middle of the day for me. It's absolutely the middle of the day. Like the sun is not even down. So that's the difference. Okay, let me... I'm trying to like detangle my mouse. Let me see. Ugh. Okay. Trying to detangle it, but it's like, ah! It hates me. My mouse hates me. Nah. Yeah. Yeah. Stop taking your skin off your body. Yes. Please. Please, Chance. Your body will thank me. Because in your future, your near future, man. Oh my gosh. Okay, I got it. I got it. It was like stuck on crime scene cleaner. For some weird reason. Can you do a cat stretch pose or something? Nah. Unfortunately, my model can't do that. I'm trying to upgrade the tracking though. But the problem is that I need to find a different phone tracking software. I'm going to test one out in a couple of days to see how it works. But it's like expensive. It's like $12. But because if you guys don't know, for Android, all of their depth tracking, I found out they do have depth tracking, but the reason why VTubers aren't able to use it is actually because it's on the back of the phone and not in the front of the phone. So when you're in VTuber software, like for example VTube Studios, uses the front camera in order to do all the tracking. So it's using the camera that doesn't have the blend kit tracking, which is stupid because it should use the other camera. Like if I could flip this camera and use it for VTube Studios, I would like to use it because then you guys get a better like performance out of me. You know, wouldn't that be amazing? But no, they're like, no, you don't get that. Anyway, before we start, Do you guys want me to put anything on my chest, or on my head, or on my shoulders, or on my neck? What do we want to put? Do we want to put, like, any of the Huntrix characters? Do we want the Saja Boys? Do we want to put, what's another one? So like the Saja Boys, the Has-Been characters, the, Straw Hat Crew. What do we want to do? Because I want to make you guys happy before I go and do this. So, what are we up to? What do we want? What is our desire? If we're quoting Lucifer. From the show Lucifer, not the actual one. Alistair? Okay, we could do Alistair. We can definitely do Alistair. We're gonna go props. Oh gosh. It's like, oh gosh. You're putting stuff on my head now. There you go. And Ollie, I subscribe to you. Oh, that's nice. You guys are subscribing to each other. That's wonderful. So yeah, so anything else? Anybody else that we're putting on my head or on my hair or anywhere on my body? Cheers, mate. Where do we want? What do we want on my body? I'm up for anything. What are we getting? Well, I got Mira, Zoe, Rumi, Abby, Baby, Mystery, Romance, Genu, who is screaming? Can you tell I'm British? I have a lot of people from Great Britain. You know, I have a lot of English people in my chat. So don't worry, I got you. I could even put my chat, I could put the chat on my ears. Actually, you know what? Let's put the chat on my ears. I'm feeling it today. Okay. Let's go. Look at that. Look at that. Now I have the chat on my ears. Okay. Okay, and then we're gonna go and put the chat, this one, also on my ear. Look at that. Look, now I have earrings. But yeah. Okay, and then... There we go. Yeah. Okay. Now you guys are hanging off my hair. Yay! It's like I tied you to my hair. Cause now it's like the rope strand like blends in now. Off topic, but I was listening to an audiobook of a universe of Critical Role, Tusk Love. Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah. I got my start in writing, reading monster stories in a little novel, spicy novel, called House of the Night. If you ever want to read that, definitely don't read that with colleagues. That is not safe for work. You hung me with your hair. Yep, I did. I did want to play Hollow Knight, but I can't. Yep, unfortunately. Yeah, sometimes we can't. Sometimes we can't do the things we love. And it makes us sad. Makes us real sad. But yeah, I'm excited to catch up for you guys. I've already started working on the videos that I need to catch up on. Like, there's so many. You guys don't realize how much 95 videos is, like, in, like, the grand scale of things. Right? It doesn't seem like a lot till you have to, like, make them. And then you're like, oh my gosh, that is a lot. I have to wait till morning. Aw. That's sad. But, you'll at least get to play it. So, at the very end of the day, it's not a bad thing. Let me go and make sure that everything is sized correctly. Yeah, I'm trying to post videos, but the problem is that editing them takes a long time, and as you guys know, I am doing so many things at the same time, and it takes me a minute. And trust me, I hate it as much as you guys do, the fact that I can't, like, oh my gosh, it messed up. The fact that I can't post right now because I'm working on videos is frustrating me. Oh no, it's glitching. Stay on game mode. No! Stay on game mode! Stay. No! Stay on game mode! Oh my gosh, it's like, nope, I don't want to go in game mode. I don't. It's like, nope, I refuse to go into game mode. It's freaking out. It's freaking out, man. Come on. Stay. 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 Okay. I think I thought it was going to stay. Oh my gosh. It's like, nope, I don't want to stay. I want to go. Yo. It's like, I don't want you to play the game. I just want to live. I want to do my thing. Alive again? Are we alive? Do we live? Do we live to see another day? Yup. Oh my gosh. Yo. Why? Just like, from my perspective, just to give you guys an idea, from my perspective, it refused to, like, it just kept on going and putting just chatting back on and then turning off gaming, and then I would click gaming and it would turn just chatting back on, and it would just go back and forth, and I was fighting the system, and then eventually it finally crashed. I go and I finally close it, and I pulled it back open, and then it crashed again, and then it crashed another time and gave me the white screen of death, and then I finally was able to put it back up. Just a normal occurrence at this point. You guys expect it. You know it ain't me. It's it. Okay, so let me get the game capture fixed. My arms still hurt. Well, you need to not pick your skin, buddy. I know it's hard. It's definitely hard. It's not as easy as, like, stab. You know? Like, I know it's not as easy as just having somebody tell you to stop and you stop, right? I know it's not that. Trust me. I've been there before. But still, you need to stop. You need to stop. The stress ball didn't work, then try something else. You gotta work on it. Try different things. Try different things till you find something that works. Not every solution's gonna work for you, but at least one might. And that's what's important. You just have to find what you do, what you need. You know, for some people, you know, it ends up being that they go and they let me fix this back. Okay. And who is moving stuff in the background? No, I want to have the TikTok chat pinned. Can I pin my TikTok chat? Oh my gosh. Can I pin the TikTok chat? It's like, nope, we don't want you to pin us. There. Stay. Yes, thank you. Continue. Yo. But yeah, so like I was saying last time, I was bored while I was waiting for it to work. And while I was waiting for the system to, like, work. And I was like, you know what? You know what I'm in the mood to do? I'm gonna go and try, I was in the mood to do, like, I had been listening to a, like, precursor. TikTok has been full of Panic at the Disco content lately. Like, because of, the re-release of Live in Denver. So I've been, like, and also Brandon Urie releasing, like, the old demo tracks of all of the stuff from Fever I Can't Sweat Out. You know, he's been, like, sending those stuff. So for me, I was like, oh man, can my cat scratch my skin off? No! Do you want to die? Do you want to die, Chance? Because cat scratch fever is a thing. I had a friend that lost his hand because of it. He lost a hand because of cat scratch. You know? So I suggest no. Anyway. Ooh, it's more bloody this time. Definitely. Anyway. So... But yeah, so I was, like, in the mood to do... I was, like, been listening to Brandon Urie, and I'd be like, oh my gosh. You know what I'm in the mood to do? My old, like, Brandon Urie impression. You know, I was doing my... Before stream, I was doing... While I was waiting for OBS to cooperate, I was doing my Brandon Urie impression. Because I can't do his voice, but I can do his singing voice, which is, like, I could do his old singing voice, which is hilarious, for me, because I'm like, oh my gosh, like, having the range to do, like, Fever I Can't Sweat Out, like, Brandon is funny to me, because it's something that I don't whip out till I want to mess with one of my friends. Like, I wait till it's, like, a time where I'm like, oh, I want to mess with my friend. You know? I'm like, let me mess with them. Like, because it's, like, it comes out of nowhere. You know, because not everyone, like, you guys know that I sing. But not everybody knows that, like, I could sing low. Right? Not everybody knows this fact. And it's very funny whenever I do it, because then they're like, oh my gosh, no. They're like, Chrissy, where did you get that? Where did that come from? Or what do I do? About what? Your skin? Make sure that you're not, you know, hurting yourself. Come on, man. But yeah, so, like, maybe. You need to chill, man. How did you die? Okay. So someone died like that. Let me see. Anything else in here? Oh, this opens. This didn't used to open, I don't think. Interesting. Okay, the level's slightly... Well, it was expected it was going to be slightly different. But it's definitely slightly different. But yeah, so I love messing with my friends, like when like friends that they don't know I could sing low. I love it because it's so funny. It's so funny because if you don't know, Brendan Urie sings pretty low. Like, I wouldn't say he's like the lowest singer, but he like definitely like sings pretty low in his range. And it's so funny to do it because it's the last thing a lot of people expect out of me. It's so it to me it's hilarious to just be like, oh, I'm talking so high up here and then I'm down here. You know, like I'm getting like full chested, like singing. But yeah, maybe one day I'll do that impression for you guys. Or maybe at the end of the stream, if you guys are really wanting to hear it, I might do it. What if I bite my tongue? No! Never do that! I know how much it hurts. And don't even say that in my presence. You remember, I bit off both sides of my tongue in my car accident, right, Chance? It does hurt. I couldn't talk for 4 days. Oh, that guy had definitely a bad time. But yeah. Oh my gosh. The Honda drive-by. Oh, I see. I see. You made it to one of my streams. You made it to one of my streams, Colic. Room. Was it you who was knocking on my door? Are you the one knocking on my door? You do realize if you're knocking on my door, you need to text me, Colic. You need to text me. I've done it like 4 times. Don't do it. Don't do it. We don't bite tongues. Still remember how much it hurt. What's with you? Let's just say I know Colic. Who is Colic? I know Colic. And he only comes in. The manual Honda is now has insurance. So you got insurance on the other Honda? What about the other, like, which car did we sell? It was the small one? Okay. It was the small one. Okay. Which car did you sell again? Was it the Canadian one? Or was it the one that The other one for parts. And by the way, you're confusing my chat. I can't. Am I? What am I? I'm going to do. Yes. You're confusing my chat. So what? They don't know what's going on. Ay. What they on about? Like I said, I know who Colic is. I know him. And I need therapy now. You need therapy? You need therapy, Valentino? After hearing that, trust me. Me and Colic go way back. We go so far back. But yeah. Let's just say you guys have been asking for his voice for a while. And he's still salty about the car. About his car. That my other brother wrecked. You can't stop eating. Dude, you have an allergy. Don't. For clarification, I bought a 2009 8th Honda Civic, and it's in the same color as the Honda and got wrecked. This is the fourth Honda I own and almost own every year of the 8th generation. Jeez. Weren't you planning on getting another one? Like a different car? Like, I thought we were gonna get a different car. Or are we fixing up? Because I thought you gave up on the car and you're selling off pieces. Now. My friend got suspended again. For what, man? Did they get into another fight? Again, we do not condone fighting. We do not condone fighting. Oh, someone... Thank you for following. Blank Fool, thank you. But yeah. Colic, do you even know how many subscribers I have now? Do you even know? Do you even know? Do you know? And also, are you here for fun or for business? You never vacuumed the sand out of my car. How would I? Your car got crushed into a million pieces. Your car got crushed into a million pieces. At that point, like, the sand is the least of your problems, man. Sand is the least of your problems. I will get you your Christmas present, though. No. No. Chat, you want to update Colic on where we're at? You want to update Colic on where we at? Oh, man. Let me see. That's the wet floor sign. Oh, more blood. Let's punch it away. Punching the blood away. Punching the blood away. Sylvia makes so good peanut cookies. But you can't eat them, Valentino! You can't eat them! Stop eating peanuts, Val! I don't want you going to the hospital. I have enough people going to the hospital lately. Well, I haven't eaten nothing. Chance! Eat food! You need to eat food as well! You need to eat food! Food is important! It is crucial! It's not something you can take as optional. Look at my black hole! Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yes. I love it. I love it. Oh, yay! Another body. Oh, and she looks pretty. I'll be fine, Chrissy. No, you won't! You won't be fine! How did you die? Wait, where's the... There it is. How did they die? Okay, so... Oh, yep, deja vu. Yes, I will. The paint was new on the inside, and it was an amazing shape. It had a new engine. I only had it 3 months. Yes, and it was a good car for those 3 months. Oh, hey, Cryptid. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you immediately. How you doing? How you, Crypt Keeper? How you? You doing good? You doing amazing? Sorry, the chat, it takes me a minute to, like, check the chat for the TikTok. Yeah. Let me get the murder weapon. That I installed and bought rims. Yeah, and then you let somebody else drive it. You let somebody else drive it, and it broke. And we all are still dealing with the injuries and the damages from it. Fine, I won't eat peanuts. Good! Oh, you're doing good, Crypt Keeper. That's amazing. I'm glad. But yeah, like... You let him drive. You let him drive your car, and then because you were tired. And I understand why you had someone do it. Maybe it should have asked Mom. Maybe should have asked Mom. But you didn't. You didn't, man. I will be fine without food. No, you won't eat, Chance. I was ill and couldn't drive straight. Yes, and you should have had Mom do it. Though, I have to say, Mom probably would have still crashed because of the oil on the road. We probably would have still crashed. But, like, it wouldn't, you know, we would have... Oh, thank you for following, Crypt Keeper. Thank you. Yeah. You guys have been asking for for one of them to show up. This one's the one where I gave him the alias of Brian. Are you cool with the name, Colic, of having the name Brian? Oh, and my black hole is full, which sounds like a thing. Well, I'm allergic to peanuts. Yes. Yes, but the important part is if you're allergic to peanuts, to not eat the peanuts, right? or the peanut oil or the peanut butter or the other things that could possibly kill you. What else you're live on? I'm live on YouTube, YouTube Vertical, and Twitch, and TikTok, obviously, as you can see. So, the TikTok side, the chat, I have to, like, go back and check once in a while, whereas, oh, thank you! Thank you, Crypt Keeper. Thank you for following. But yeah, I have to go back and check, for, like, for your, TikTok, because TikTok, for some reason, does not allow, tends to, like, revoke my live privileges. You know? Has a tendency to do that. So, unfortunately, I tend to have an issue. So, let's clean my fish. Where is the bathroom so I can clean my fish? And that's not an innuendo for anything. TikTok does that. Yeah, so I can only, for TikTok, I can only go live once a week. Because what will happen is TikTok revokes my privileges to go live. And so what ends up happening is I end up having to do that. I wasn't tired. I had a week of being attacked by the dog, car hair, and at the Airbnb, and I had to work outside in the hottest day in the trip. Yes, and that's why I don't blame you for going and, you know, choosing somebody else to do it. The only thing is, we probably should have had Mom do it. You know? But I'm not gonna, like I said, there's no woulda, coulda, shoulda, cause it's over. Yeah. My buddy got restricted less than a minute of streaming. Yeah. TikTok will allow me to stream for the entire day, but then restrict it the next day. Right? So that's what happens. Whereas with, like, oh, I don't need to do that. This one's kind of bloody. There. Wait, wrong way. But yeah, so it has a tendency to get restricted. Looking at... Did you just send me a house? You know I'm blind, right? You do remember. It's hard for me to see little details. And that I stream without my glasses. Because of tracking. Are you at... By the way, are you at work? Or are you at home? That's my good question. That's the good question. Are you working? Are you at home? With Dad? It's a dog. It's a dog. I don't know. I can't see. You guys know I can't see. I'm so blind. There we go. Oh, both of them are... Let me do this. There, followed you on Twitch and on YouTube. Thank you so much, Crypt Keeper. That's so nice. Thank you. Yeah, like, that way, that gives you the ability to, like, watch me even when TikTok, goes down. You know, for me. Like, you want to find out? No. I just want you to tell me. Don't actually show up. No. Oh, no, he's knocking on my door. He's knocking on my door. Oh my gosh. Yo. Just, like, chill, man. Oh. Something's going on. Oh, Hall 2. Oh gosh, what is that? Hey, Pursuer, welcome. Okay. How you doing, Pursuer? You doing good? Oh, this is from the party level. The party level. Oh my gosh, he's banging hard on my door now. I hear him laughing. He's laughing at me. He's laughing at me. Shit. Oh my gosh, these people. Ugh. Anyway, so let's do that. It's me. Yo, good. It's me. But yeah, it's good to see. Oh my gosh. You see what I live with? Okay, let me clear this out. Pursuer was me. Ah. Well, you do realize that anyone could say it's me, and then I don't know which one is you. So for all I knew, it was like maybe one of you guys that came from, like, went over there, but I don't know which. But yeah, I'm excited. So excited. Let me see. There you go. But yeah. But yeah, you guys know, I've been working hard. Ooh, it turned green, and now it turns blue, so it tells you, like, how big it is. It's me, Mario. Yo. But yeah. Oh my gosh. I love this feature. I love the black hole feature. It's, like, so cool. And I like that it progressively gets bigger. So you kind of know how big you can go with it before it's full. And I kind of appreciate that as like a design feature of it. Okay. So I gotta figure out how to get up there. But let's see what happened. Let's see.
Huge guy. Probably a bodyguard. Swiss cheesed with a sharp object.
My arm still hurts. So you need to stop picking your skin, man. I'm giving you the answer. The only problem is that you are the one that needs to actually, you know, make it happen. You know? I can't force you. I can only tell you what you need to do. And hope you do it. Anybody hyped for the Fallout show? Yeah, I'm excited about the next season. I'm excited because I want to see where they take Lucy's character, and also what other game mechanics do they actually, you know, implement in the show. You know, I know him, he's gonna, like, Colic wants me to go and, like, Colic's been wanting me to play Fallout for the longest time. I've been like, oh my gosh, he's been like, can you play that in Morrowind? And I'm like, no, I won't do it, because until the chat asks me to, I won't. You know? Because I only, like, I'm not gonna go in, like, that game is a huge time sink, so unless you guys really, really want me to play it, I don't really, like, go out of my way. So, unless you guys are like, oh my gosh, you need to absolutely play this. Like, I go and I try to, like, not, I won't actively, like, do it. announce like, oh, do you guys want to play this or something like that, but unless you guys actually like the game to the point where I have to, like, that's the only time that I would do that. But yeah. On a live, yeah. But like I said, it would have to be like, for example, like Hollow Knight, I'm gonna do it because enough of you have been asking. Same thing with Five Nights at Freddy's. Enough of you were asking about Five Nights at Freddy's that I'm like, there's no way I could say no to doing Five Nights at Freddy's when you guys want me to play it. You know what I mean? Oh. Oh, so it goes fast. Yo. Think about it. She 100% going to die before the first 5 minutes have passed. But the whole point is not about me dying. The whole point of it is me playing the game and, like, finishing it. That's the thing. That's the thing, Colic. I have to finish whatever game I do. Unless there's, like, a game-breaking, like, glitch that I absolutely can't finish it. Like, there's a really legitimate reason why I can't finish it. Like, I tried not to, like, go and quit a game. Or the other thing, if there's not enough attention to the game. Like, I've done it before where, like, if you guys didn't care about a game, I just don't go back and play it. Oh, thank you for following, Dave. Thank you. Thank you for following. But yeah, so, like, I have done that before. Oh, and thank you for following, Pursuer. Thank you. Thank you, Chance, for doing that. For following. You guys are awesome. But yeah, I'm trying so hard. Oh, let me punch the vases. Punch the vases. Let's make sure that these are clean. Clean vases. We want clean vases. But yeah. Hopefully we can get to we can go and get what we need. Oh, nope. Or skills. Yeah, like I said, if it turns out the game is not gonna go where I think it's gonna go, where it's like, okay, we're gonna be able to finish it. Like, you guys were asking Dark Souls, which I don't mind the idea of Dark Souls. But I'm like, if I'm gonna commit to Dark Souls like you guys have been asking, I'm going to need to go and, like, make sure everything's finished. Like, that I already committed to, franchise-wise. Like, same thing with, like, Resident Evil, if I were to start it. Like, I love to start doing Resident Evil, but I gotta finish the ones that I already, like, committed to. Okay, let me put soap in this. Okay. And then this one. And then there. Good. You can do Dark Souls. Yeah, but like I said, I gotta finish the series that I've already agreed to. Already agreed to and already started. Like, Five Nights at Freddy's, that, when I agreed to that, I acknowledged that was going to be a time sink of multiple months. That was going to be a time sink of multiple months and probably up to a year when I agreed to do FNAF. because I knew that once I start, I can't go back. There's no, oh yeah, I'm only gonna do like one. You're still outside in the cold, man. You're still outside. You need to... Oh, I accidentally crashed everything. I accidentally, like, crushed everything. Yeesh. But yeah. Well, into the black hole you go. It's a dream anyways. If I break a bunch of stuff, what's gonna be the consequence? My nightmares are going to just get more messy? You know? I don't think there's a lot of consequence. I'm still cold. Warm up! Get inside, man! Get inside! You're probably freezing. Hey, Adrian Gamer. Welcome. I'm just like, I'm trying. My shoulders are like hurting because like my like rig, because it rests on my shoulders so much, it like it hurts if it's on my shoulders for like a while. Okay. Should I take my katana to this? Also, how am I gonna get into these areas? I gotta figure that out. Gotta figure that out. Maybe there's a way. When there's a will, there's a way. But yeah, how you doing, Adrian Gamer? You doing good? You doing good? Hope you doing good. Oh, you got stuck. Can I punch you in the crotch till you go? Yes. Yeah. And it accepted his body. Okay, so how am I gonna get to the next part is the good question. That's a great question. How am I going to find my way to the next place? Okay. BRB, let me change my name. Okay. Sure, Chant. Ugh, my shoulder. There we go. Now that will go. Oh! What does this do? There's something I'm missing? Okay, there has to be something I'm missing, right? Okay. Okay, what about... No. Okay, so this one's blocked off in power. There. Well, since I don't know how to get to that, we're gonna have to figure out how to get here. Oh, I broke a bunch of vases. Well... How do I get there is the question. Let me see. There has to be some way, right, that I can get to the next part, right, of where I need to go. There has to be. Right? There has to be. Am I gonna have to, like, parkour my way to where I need to go? I feel that might be the answer. Maybe that is the answer. It's like, okay, you're gonna have to parkour everything. Right? But maybe not at the same time. I don't know, we'll figure it out. Maybe there's something here that I just didn't notice, right? Maybe there's something I didn't notice that I need. So that way I can do the next part, right? Maybe. Why are you still outside, man? If you're outside, get inside so you can warm up. Okay, so there has to be something I'm missing, right? That I can do. There has to be something I can do that I'm missing, right? That, like, oh, you do this, and then it will get you to the next part. Maybe that, right? Maybe you're supposed to climb up on here. Right? Ah, that kind of worked. Oh, thank you! Thank you, Spriggly. Thank you. How you doing? You having a good day? You having a wonderful one? I hope you're doing good. I hope you're doing very well. Okay, there has to be something I'm missing. Right? Okay, definitely not this. Oh my gosh, there's a stupid ladder here. There was a ladder. Wow. I missed the very, very obvious ladder. Wow. Yeah, things are good. Work is almost over. Oh, good. That's wonderful. Yeah, I'm almost done with college. I just have my movie premiere, and then everything's over. I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't wait for this movie premiere to be over. Just like, get the movie done, then I'm free. Then I'm free, and then I can do what I need to do. You know? Because I like doing stuff for the channel. But the problem is I can't do a lot of stuff for the channel when the stuff for the channel impedes my schoolwork. So it sucks. Yeah, I'm a film major. So when you're a film major, you have a movie premiere as your final. Let me go and cleanse my mop. So my movie premiere is the one I have to do. Oh, you liked it again. Thank you. But yeah. So I have a big movie premiere that I have to go to. I have to wear like business casual, and I worked on three of the movies that are showcasing. So there's a total of 16 movies that are going to be at this showcase. And I did 3 of them. So obviously I'm not the one that wrote the film or came up with the idea. I was someone that worked the logistics. I did marketing for one of the films, and then I did behind the scenes photography for another one. So my role was crucial, but it's not like the most flashy of roles that people, like when people think movies, they think, oh, you're the camera guy, or oh, you're the director, oh, you're the producer, oh, you're you're the one that's doing the sound, or oh, you're the actor. No. There's also people who are like me, where we're like, okay, I'm doing all the paperwork so that way all the other people do all the fun stuff. So I do all the paperwork stuff, and all the marketing material and all that stuff, because that stuff is the important stuff that needs to get done, so that way we have a movie, you know, coming up with realities and stuff like that. The closest I've ever done to film adjacent is just edit a video. Yeah, movies are a very different beast. They're a different beast. You do utilize the same techniques. You utilize the same techniques that you would do in editing or coming up with video or stuff like that, but there are some things that you have to do story-wise that in order to make it run smoother, right? Or logistics-wise, there's stuff that we have to be more legal about in order for it to work out. Because if you don't focus on the legality of a production, that's how you get your production's copyright, like, messed up, or you get in trouble with, like different, agencies. Like, you can get in trouble with SAG, you can get in trouble with, WGA. You know, there's organizations that you have to appease with film that you don't have to when it's just a video. I'm aware. LOL. Anytime I'm working on stuff, it's a big thing I had to work about. Yeah, it's just it's an annoying part of film, but it's a, you know, it's a part of film that we have to acknowledge exists. You know, you have to make sure you can legally do the film. And most videos can get away with it, because at the end of the day, right, as most videos, like, they're a drop in the bucket in terms of, like, views or stuff like that. Whereas when you go and you do a movie, you absolutely need to make sure that it's legally protected, because it's not just a copyright strike. At that point, you're getting sued on multiple fronts. I had a few copyright strikes despite having a license to use the music legally. Okay, so what happened? So you might have had. Let me ask you. Did you have a synchronization license, or did you have a permission license? That part is going to be the most important detail. Not to say that you did anything wrong, but it makes a very big difference. And also, when did you get the copyright strike? Around relatively what time? Like, what year? Per se. Because that will play a very big difference in what type of legality you had to go through. Because for music, if it's pre-2022, you had to get a permissions license and a synchronization license. And you might have had to have another one, just in case, if it was you just played the music. Because there's a big difference between you covering the music and you playing the music. Like, covering the music slightly better, you can get away with it a lot better, because it counts in copyright under fair use as you are performing as a performance rather than you utilizing the music. If it's a performance, then guess what? What happened? I got them resolved, thankfully, but I had to contact the license holder. So yeah, it was a permission agreement that you had. You didn't get the permission agreement. You got a syndication agreement, but you didn't get a permission agreement. And that's where you went wrong. You're still outside. You need to warm up, man. You need to warm up, man. But yeah, like, that's a common misconception that people have, that they're like, oh, I have all the rights. Nope, you don't. Nope. I don't need it. Yes, you do. You need to go inside. You go inside and chill out. Okay. Oh, my shoulders, they hurt. Hate how much my shoulders hurt. Are you gonna defy me, Chance? What I'm telling you is for your own good. I'm telling you to get inside so you don't get whatever frostbite or frostbite adjacent thing that you could get. You know? Go snowblind or something like that. You know? Hypothermic. You know, you don't want any of that. That's not good. You know, you're doing the equivalent of a toddler being like, I don't want a jacket, but then shivering the entire time, going down the sidewalk. It's a good thing to note for sure. Yeah. Because post 2022, you don't need to get the permission if it's on YouTube, but the difference is you still need to get a syndication. If it's, you don't need to get a syndication unless you're planning on selling the music. Now, post 2022. But if you do it as a performance, you may still have to erase it for some if you just play the music, on YouTube. Whereas if you perform it, you could still keep it in your video. So for me, and what a lot of other content creators have started doing is if there's a section like where, for example, if I'm gonna react to something where there's music in it, I'll sing over the music. Because since I'm singing over the music, it counts as a performance. So legally, I'm allowed to keep it in. Because it counts as melody and lyric, which is fair use. You can still monetize on the video, and on top of it won't be, you won't receive as much money, obviously. You won't receive, like, as much as if, oh my gosh, what happened? As much money as if you were to, like, oh, that is my actual song that I own, but you should be good. Yes, I'll hydrate. Let me get my coffee. Hey, ZG, you having a good day? Let me check on the YouTube side, how it's doing. I did the same with Backstreet Boys video a while ago. I played a snippet of the instrumental, but sang. Yes, because legally it's more protected. It's less protected, and you don't have to give as much money in monetization. Streaming as I'm getting ready to perform. Ooh, that's nice. What are we performing, or are we streaming? Is that something we're doing? Are we going to do a video, or are we performing on a stage? We all love being on a stage. It's always good to be on a stage. I think everybody deserves a chance to fly. You know, anybody know that reference from like Wicked will be like laughing. Let me check on things. Let me see if anybody sent me anything. Parade time. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, they sent me Comey characters. They sent me Comey characters. Yay. You guys sent me Comey can't communicate characters. Yes! Oh, and I'm 1 away from 700. Cool. Yeah. I know what I'm doing, like 80%. Yeah, I'm winging it, but I know what I'm doing, like 80%. I do agree. I do the same thing. Like, what I do is I prep everything ahead of time, and then I throw everything to the wind and fly by the seat of my pants. If it goes well, it goes well. If it doesn't go well, oh well. You know, I try my best. You know? And luckily, for my sake, people like my voice. Like, my chatters love my voice. So I'm lucky in that regard that I have a voice that people like. You know, it's tolerable to listen to. And I could play around with a lot of songs, which I'm working on. You guys know I'm working on the Christmas content. I'm working on the Christmas music. So don't worry, you will get the Christmas vlogs. Not the vlogs, but like the Christmas shorts where I'm singing. Don't worry. I just keep my project as is and prep for changes in case of something happening. Nah. I'm just like, what I find is the funniest moments that I ever have on stream is something not going to plan, right? Something absolutely not going to plan. Now, do I want to hope for something not going to plan? No. Nor do I ever. But if something does not go to plan, it's funnier for the audience, in my opinion. It's funnier for me as well, because I'm like, okay, now I have to figure out on spot, how do I recover from this? This is similar to what happened with, like, when I did, like, Mariah Carey's, like, All I Want for Christmas. When I did it, I never practiced All I Want for Christmas. You guys were just asking for it, and I was like, oh no, I don't know. I don't remember it. I don't remember the song, and two, I was like, I don't know. And then when I did it, I forgot that I have to sing it in a lower register, but I forgot which key. So I was like, I'm just gonna lower the register real quick, but I don't remember how low it needed to be. So you guys got like a version of it. That's why I'm giving you, like, I'm doing a redemption version where I'm gonna try again. But in a YouTube short, so that way you guys, you know, get a decent version of that song. Do you sing covers usually? Not really. I didn't start doing it till the parade. I did the Thanksgiving, I sang over a reaction video of the Macy's Thanksgiving parade, and people really liked my voice on it. So I was like, you know what? I don't mind doing singing content. The only reason why I didn't do it sooner, singing content, is I'm very insecure about my voice. I'm very insecure about my singing voice. I always have, because I've had a lot of people tell me to shut up. So because of that, I have a lot of insecurity around it. And I know it's my insecurity. I know it's probably nothing to do with me. There's probably, you know, my voice is fine, you know. But because of that I had that insecurity, I didn't start sooner. Well, you sound lovely. Yes, but it took me a while to get used to how my voice sounded. Because, like, to me, I even used to do is, I used to, like, go and speed up my voice because I hated the fact that I just kept on, you know, you could hear it, my brain doesn't go linearly. My brain doesn't talk linearly. I go and I repeat sentences or go back on what I said, reverse what I say, mess up my words. I do all of that. And I used to edit my videos down to, like, the smallest thing. It could be as small as, like, oh, I like messed up saying a word, and I would freaking speech my sound together, like my voice together. That was how bad I was, and I had to stop editing. I had to tell myself, okay, you're not allowed to edit your videos anymore. Don't edit your videos anymore because you're making yourself feel worse about your voice. You know? Wait, who said shut up? Let me at him. No, I had that happen so many times, and I just like growing up, and so it became formative. You know, when you have that as your formative experience with your voice, you're going to like, you know, not exactly feel good about your voice, you know. And so like, and I would ask, like, I used to be in theater, and I used to ask, hey, is there any way I can have any singing parts? Or, oh, thank you, Scriggly, for following. I used to, I feel the same. I sound rough, but I make it work with my content, yeah. I used to, like, I would ask for singing parts, not solos, like, you know, a solo is a lot. I would ask, you know, once in a while, hey, can I have a solo or something like that in theater? And, you know, they would say no. They would be like, nope, sorry. No. What happens if I pick my skin? You will have a permanent hole where you picked your skin. Chance, so please stop. You know your voice is beautiful, more beautiful than mine. But that's the thing. Little middle school, high schooler me was so frustrated because I would want to sing. I would just like want to sing in front of people and stuff like that. And the only thing I ever got was a lip syncing competition to get a grade, or me doing an impression of Lana Del Rey. That was, think of how frustrating that is, right? It sounds nice in the sense of, oh, you're doing an impression of Lana Del Rey, but that's a little backhanded at the same time, because they're like, oh, but we don't want your normal voice. You know what I mean? Like, they only agreed because they were like, oh, you could do an impression of Lana Del Rey. That's why I was like, that was another thing I was like, that it's hard for me to think about it. It's more beautiful, prettiful for sure. Yeah. Yeah, so like some people may have not said it out loud, but it was not everyone said it out loud, but it was kind of like, it just kept on happening where I was like, oh, we want you to be part of theater, but no, you don't get the part. Sorry. Oh, you want to go and get choir training where everybody else is getting choir training? Oh, sorry. Oh, we're in band practice? Yeah, we don't need any backup vocals. Sorry. And I would ask multiple times. I was persistent. I was always persistent. I was always asking. And I just couldn't. It just wouldn't happen. What was even funnier is that my mentor, I was the one with the music taste. So all of the music that I loved and I listened to, my mentor made sure that that music was the music that got featured in the set lists and stuff like that. Every time I talk or sing, some people yell boo, your voice sounds trash, and never sing again. Yeah. No, it's just, for me, I think I probably would be okay if that was the response that I got. Not to say that that's a good response, but at the very least, you could say like, oh, they just don't like your type of voice. But the like, backhanded way of doing it that I experienced made me question my own self. That's why I don't like it. I kind of regret not taking theater in high school from hindsight. I could use improv training. Yeah, I did theater. I even taught theater for my senior year of high school. I was a student teacher. So I taught my senior class in high school theater. I was the theater teacher. And even in my own theater class, I could not get a solo. You know how sad that is? Because I couldn't make the show about me. The school show about me. So, even in my own show, I couldn't even show myself favoritism. Who have you not hear from for a while, by the way? I have not heard from Rube. I haven't heard from Suruso. I haven't heard from IDK. I haven't heard from them yet in a long time. But yeah, all those friends, and you know what's funny? All those friends that they would do that to me. I cut them out of my life, and I started cutting them out of my life in high school. I was like, you know, I saw it for what it was, but I still was insecure about it. And I made an effort. I was like, you know what? You don't get to go to my quinceañera. Because I don't need that energy at my quinceañera. Or, Rube, he's coming back? Oh, good. Because I've been missing Rube. He hasn't been in for a while. I like hearing the chisme. But yeah, so, like, so I've had, you know, for me, it's taking me a minute to, like, rediscover my voice. No, Cubana. So yeah, Cubana. But yeah, so it took me a minute to discover my voice. So yeah, it took me a minute. But I'm glad I rediscovered it because the way I did, because I'm kind of grateful for it for a little bit, because everything that makes my voice unique, I did that as something as like oh, I like this cool thing. And I don't think I would have gotten the ability to play around with my voice if I had gotten those parts in choir. If I had gotten those parts. Like, the only time I think I ever got... Actually, I'm wrong. The only solo I got in terms of, like, my voice ever getting featured was we were singing in choir. And this was, like, 6th grade middle school. I got to sing the first opening line of Man in the Mirror from, like, the Michael Jackson song. Because everyone could not reach that low note. I was the only one that could reach the low note in that beginning section. I just watched too much SpongeBob, and I love how snappy the characters were. LOL. Nah. Me, I did improv, I did theater, I've done multiple different types of performance. So kind of turned out that way. Nah, like I said, I did theater. I was the one that I would volunteer for everything. So everything you could think of in terms of volunteering and everything, I did it. Like, I would go in, I did debate team. I did soccer. I did, just in my 6th grade year, I did soccer, debate team. I did Model UN, Model Court. No, Model Court I actually didn't do. I was going to do it, but then I ran out of time. I did No Place for Hate. I did light technician work. I did that year I was in the French club because I wanted to learn French. So I took an extra class of middle school just for funsies because I wanted to learn French. You know, I've been listening to a Russian metal singer to goes as deep as a bear. Nah, Alex Terrible. Yeah. Nah, like, but yeah, for me, I did that. Then I also, that year, I had another thing I did. I forgot. I did the Gay Straight Alliance. I did that one. I did, what else? I worked for mayors, police fun runs. I was part of the dad club. We were dad members, so we were called the dads. Where it was called the Digital Animation and Drama Club, but the joke is that we were the dads. So we would have, like, I'm a dad on a shirt. So, yes, jokingly, I am your father. So, yeah, and so we had dad shirts on and stuff like that. And then I also did project, I did other ones where I did, like, one where it was like, it was what was it? Oh, it was an environmental challenge. I did that one too. I did art. I was part of the art club. I did so many things that year. I had like 15 clubs I was part of because I was just like crazy. I was like, yeah, let's join a bunch of clubs and hope for the best, right? Because I was insane like that. You know, I was an insane person. I was like, yeah, it makes so much sense. Let's join all these clubs that like only a crazy person would join all of this and have time to do all of it. But I kind of am also like, because I did all of that in middle school, at least you had a goal for something. The point was, the reason why I did it, here's the actual reason. I was like, well, I don't know what I want to be when I grow up, but I only know I want to do a lot of things. But, you know what helps do that? Clubs. Because clubs are a free way to go and do that. So I'm going to sign up for every club possible, and then I can learn what I like doing for free. You know? And sure, it's gonna suck because I'm gonna have so many things I'm tied to, but then I'm gonna know what do I like doing, what do I not like doing, do I like do it. Oh, I also did a rod building club. I was part of that. I quit though because I was like, I could not get the stupid string to lay evenly on the rod. When I was doing the epoxy cast. I remember that. I was part of rod building. Because I was part of the environmental club as well. You guys can tell I was a very active person. But I wanted to know what exactly was that I want to do when I grew up, because I had no idea. So I was like, well, that's a free way to do it, and then I don't have to spend money when I get to college, right? So I'm glad I did it. Absolutely, because when I did theater, I was like, okay, I like theater. I like elements of it, but I don't quite like it entirely, because I was like, by the time I got to the end of my high school time, I was like, I like theater, but I like it for the fact that I could be creative, and I could be, like, I could come up with something that someone connects to, right? I recently discovered that I might be pan, although I rather not label myself. Okay. Happy for you. But yeah, so for me, I just was like, I wanted to learn what I wanted to do. And I learned with theater. I like theater, but I did not like the fact that just the politics behind it. I had an initial goal to be a school teacher, but quickly learned that I'm not good for schools. Nah, I was a substitute teacher for a while. The only reason why I'm not substitute teaching anymore was that the scheduling was a mess. I would find out because the system, you had to literally click on the position. You had maybe two seconds to click on a position because they would be like, oh my gosh, there's a shortage of substitute teachers in the area and all that stuff. And then what would happen is that I would be like, oh my gosh, I can't find a job. And then at 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm searching it, and people would drop out. Or what would happen is I got close with one of the schools. One of my schools where they had like a very problematic school system, right? Because their students, a lot of people were like, oh my gosh, I don't want to deal with them. Some of them are getting arrested, or they're getting suspended every week. Some of them are hurting each other and sending them to the hospital. It was not a good school, but not as good school in the sense of like behavioral issues, but like it was like there was a lot of people with a lot of kids with behavioral issues and a lot of learning disabilities, and a lot of the teachers gave up on the kids because the curriculum. Because when you're a kid with learning disabilities, you can't teach these kids quickly. You need to give them time. And unfortunately, the school system just isn't made anymore for kids that need time to process. It's made for kids that can learn quickly. If you can learn quickly, then great, you got the job. If you don't, well, then you're gonna have to fall behind, and you're just gonna have to retake those classes over and over and over again. And a lot of these kids sense that their teachers gave up on them. So a lot of them just stopped trying, unfortunately. And a lot of these substitute teachers, they didn't care about these kids either. I felt bad for these kids because even the substitute teachers, most of the jobs that I got were ones where the teacher was supposed to show up at like their designated time. Like, let's say they were supposed to show up at 9 or 8 o'clock, and they canceled like 5 minutes before they were supposed to show up. And so I would get a call from the school, and the school would be like, hey, Chrissy, can you come in? This substitute did not show up. And usually the ones that would call out last minute, unfortunately, were ones that signed up for the job, didn't realize that it was for kids that were special needs. And then the minute they realized it was for a special needs class, they would cancel the class. They would cancel their plans on going. And so these kids, you know, I would get the call, and they would be like, hey, can you sub in? And sometimes I had to sub in for 2 or 3 or 4 classes because so many substitutes would call out last minute because they didn't want to deal with special needs. You know? And for me, I was very lucky. With these kids, they could sense if you don't really, you know, like if you don't believe in them, they could sense it immediately. And I was lucky. For me, I knew where they were coming from because I had special needs. I went to a special needs school. You know, I went to a disability school. So I went to a school that had the resources to help kids like me. But I was lucky. These kids don't. So for me, because I did not give up on them, and they could sense that, they had so much respect for me. And I would have students that would want to hug me in the hallways. They would be like, Miss Chrissy! You know, I was their Miss Frizzle, because they would see me in my colorful, you know, shirts and my colorful, like collared, like, professional shirts. Like, I would come in a suit, basically, but I would come with, like, these astronaut dress shirts, and I would come in with, like, 8-bit dinosaur dress shirts, and, like, so you kind of knew the subject of what I was going to teach, depending upon what I was wearing, kind of like Miss Frizzle. That was the idea. So I'd style my outfits to whatever I was teaching that day. And so they would see me in these, and they're like, "Are you doing my class today?" And they're like, "Oh, no, sweetie, sorry." And they were like, "Oh man, like, please tell my teacher to call out." And I'm like, just make sure your teacher asks for me by name. If they ask for me by name, then I could be your substitute. And they do that. These kids would pull through. At some point, I had the whole science department that would call for me because they trusted me. They knew because of how I operated with these kids. I made sure that these kids got their homework done. I made sure that they got their stuff done, and I made sure that they felt good about going to school. And that is something that was very important to me, that I made sure I did. So that's why I say I know that teaching is not for everyone. Hey, Kaiju Kitty, welcome. What mod is this? I'm doing nightmare mode. So this one's the nightmare mode for Crime Scene Cleaner. And in Crime Scene Cleaner, there's different skins you can achieve if you have skins or things that you can achieve. I'll be heading out, but it was nice to meet you. Maybe I'll see you in a future stream. Yeah, I'll see you probably next week, because you know how TikTok works. But I hope to see you again, Spriggly. But yeah, we're playing nightmare mode, and I got this. Oh, you finally made it inside. Good. So yeah, so this this black hole that I got it in the last nightmare mode. So in every nightmare mode, you receive like a gift for finishing it. And so that was from one of the other ones that I had finished. That's the one thing I like about this game, is that after you finish a level or stuff like that, you receive like something from like going into the secret areas or finishing secret things. You know, that's something I really love about this. You know, oh, my shoulder. My shoulder's like my shoulder hates me. It's like, oh my gosh, Chrissy, can you not wear the headset? Is it a requirement? You know, and I'm like, no. Oh no, I dropped it. I recommend Sherlock Holmes and the Frog Wars. I'll probably do it, but like I said before, I'll probably do it after I finish everything. Oh, thank you, Crystal Creative. Thank you for following. Yeah. I'm gonna do more stuff for you guys in TikTok, but I just haven't done it lately because I'm trying to like I had to slow stuff down for school and for my internship, because I'm a environmental YouTuber as well, for my nonprofit that I work for. So I also have that as a job that I have to do. It's an unpaid one, unfortunately, but I am getting college credits. So because for my school, I'm required to do an internship. But unfortunately, I can't, you know, it's not a paid one. The for the school system, it can't be paid. So, you know, for now, you know, I'm getting college credit, which I don't hate. I don't hate the fact that I'm getting college credit, but I, you know, eventually hopefully one day I will get what I need. Pause. Have a wonderful day. Yes, you have a wonderful day, Zach. Have a wonderful day. Oh, thank you for following. Thank you. This is cool. Yes. Oh, thank you for liking. But yeah, like, for me, I'm like trying my best. Your voice is lovely. Thank you. Trust me, you haven't heard the crazier version of it. They get it. You guys didn't hear me when I did the FNAF stream, and you guys and they heard my crazy side. But you get to hear, you got the lovely version of my voice. At least. So, thank you. Oh man. But yeah, I'm just so we just gotta mop this area. As you guys can see, we're kind of going through all of the crime scenes that we went through, just in a like remixed version in this level. So that's why I jokingly named everything Deja Vu. I'm sure it was lovely too. It was definitely chaotic, I'll tell you that. Oh man. But yeah. I'm trying my best. Hopefully we can, everything can go well. Let me see. Okay, how am I gonna get to you? It seems like I'm gonna have to find a way to get in there. Here, maybe? No. That's a water source. Oh! I can't go in there yet, but when I activate that, then... Ooh, okay. Okay, that works. That works. Okay. So, let me see. Let me see. But yeah. I'm trying my best, you guys. I'm just trying to get things going. And hopefully, like, I'll be back up to, like, full speed, hopefully, by, like, December 20th, hopefully. Back up to full speed of, like, posting and editing and everything like that. It just takes me a minute. My boss is giving me a break. He's giving me a break for Christmas. So, at the very least, I get to, for the Christmas week and this coming week, because he's going to be in Ireland, he's in Ireland right now, he has no self-reception, so he was like, you know what, Chrissy, have the week off. Just send me the video on this day, and then send me the video for the next video, and then, you know, you get the week off. You deserve it. So I'm like, yay, thank you. So yes, I'm so excited that I get like a little bit of a break. Because whenever I have a break, I work on stuff for you guys. I like making content for you guys. Like, I wouldn't be dedicating myself to 135 videos a week, you know, for the next 14 days if I didn't care. You know, if I didn't care, I would not be, like, going crazy. You know. I do wish I had editors, though. That time would probably be a lot. I would probably make more content if I had, you know, more. If I had, like, an editor to take on some of the load. But unfortunately, I don't. So, one day, I'll have an editor, and then they could help me make, you know, 265 videos. You know, I know it's an insane number. I'm not saying that number just because I like, want to sound crazy. I know it's an insane number. And that is not a roundabout answer. That is like, it's about 135 to 145 have to get done. Because that's, I don't think I'm including the ones that are for this stream and the ones for last stream. So, in my mind, in my estimate, if I remember correctly. So, it will probably be more like 145, but that's okay. You know, and I'm not including the winter videos, which if I include the winter videos, then that might go up to 165. You know, it's better not to say the numbers. Probably. You guys can tell how crazy I am just based upon my content schedule that I choose to make for myself. Like, I treat myself like if it's a sweatshop, if I'm a sweatshop. This is cool. Who loves D&D here? I like the structure of it. I don't play the game. I have a friend that goes by Hades and he's currently doing a session as a rogue. Nah. For me, the problem is whenever I propose, oh, I want to play D&D, right, with someone, I have a specific build I want to do. Like a specific version of D&D I want to play. And this build is like it would obviously be like probably the hardest one to do, because since the whole point is, right, I want to play a character that is basically the equivalent of like a grenade, because they're great, they're awesome, they're super powerful. Here's the problem: while they are super powerful and all that jazz, the problem is that they're too powerful, and so they have to find creative ways to not use their power and use lesser power. So I want to do a build where the person is way too powerful and they have to get creative and use power, use like very weak things to like get around them using their actual full power, because their actual full power would like basically, it's the power level of like an atomic bomb, like being set on a place, you know. Yeah, it's sometimes if you're in a battle, you don't need like to go nuclear, you know. You don't need a nuclear option. It's probably better it's not, but that's the idea. Is like I wanted to play like one where it's like you have this very powerful character, but they have to get creative on how they use their power, because their power is too much, and that's the idea. So, and also I wanted to play it as like a sorcerer. Like I want to play a sorcerer build, but the idea of the sorcerer build, if I were to do D&D, is that you know how you need a patron, right? You need like the thing that you like every sorcerer has like something that they pray to or bow down to in order to like attain power, right? I want to do that, but I want it to be that the patron that they bow down to is like Dionysus, so their power sets are completely incompatible. So imagine you have your patron saint is a bard. You have no power. So they can't give you any insight, really, not much insight on how to be a really good sorcerer. But they have power that they can lend you, but you are terrible. You're not gifted with amazing, grandiose, like, ability or talent. So it translates to, oh no, I would love to go and use this spell, but I can't because I am not very good at the ukulele. You know, you get what I mean? Like, the power set, so they kind of have to figure it out themselves. Like, oh, I guess I just have to figure out how to be a sorcerer using the abilities in the most efficient way, inefficient way, right? The most inefficient way. Like, the whole joke is, like, you're finding the most inefficient way to do the power because the power's too powerful and you don't have a way to wield it, right? That's the idea. That's the build, right? I want to do something like that. And because I think it would be so funny to come up with the most creative ways to be incompetent. You know what I mean? Like, imagine the whole basis of your character is, how can I be the most incompetent member of the team, which is the most competent because we're incompetent. You know what I mean? It's super confusing explaining it. But, like, that's the idea, is, like, you're trying to be the most incompetent member of the team, because otherwise, if you were competent, your powers would be too unmatched. And your powers would literally kill everyone in sight by accident. You know, that's the idea. I kind of want to do that. Like, it would be just so funny. Mine would be a ranger. Oh, yours would be a ranger? Cool. Like I said, sorcerer, I feel, is more fun. I think it's more fun because, like, it's just like someone trying to figure out, okay, how can I feasibly do this without, like, how can I feasibly do it without any knowledge? Like, they just have to figure it out, and that's what I love about it. You have to figure it out. You're just like, okay, I guess I have this amazing power, but I don't know how to wield it, right? Where, like, with a wizard, the only thing a wizard has to figure out is, like, okay, I know how to wield the power. Okay, do I have to build it? Oh, I have to build it. No. I have to build it. Ugh. I don't like it. I don't like that I have to build. I don't like that I have to build it. I have to build a friend. And I don't want to build the friend. I feel like the friend is going to go and get up and try to hurt me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't trust the mannequins in this game. Like, I feel at some point I'm gonna be right at some point, and the mannequins are gonna be out to get me. Right? 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 I feel like the mannequins will be out to get me at some point. Okay. There. Okay. I just feel it. I don't have high hopes for the mannequins in this game. I just feel they're just, like, biding their time. And eventually one day, the mannequins are just gonna get up and be like, this is our time to shine. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that. Like, I don't like the idea of it. You know, that the mannequins, like, I'm seeing more and more mannequins in this game. Because I'm like, at some point, with all these mannequins, there's gotta be a point where the mannequin just ends up, like, going and trying to kill us, right? There has to be. Like, at some point, the mannequin's gotta kill us, right? If we're gonna go by mannequin, probably. Right? Right? I don't know. Do you guys think so? That's what I think, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Is this the other one? I don't like it. Now I gotta find the head. No, I gotta find the head. Is it iron? Are there iron blocks? No. I feel like we're gonna find another. Where is the head? Is a good question. We're gonna find a head. Watch. We're gonna find a head. Where's the head? Nope. 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 Where is your head, ma'am? Because I know they wouldn't have let me throw it away. I know they wouldn't. Like, I do not have high hopes for the mannequins. Like I said, I don't have high hopes. Okay, I need to find a hand. Oh, a drill. I don't like that he gets a gun. I don't like that the mannequin gets a gun. Do you guys see something wrong with the idea of mannequin gets a gun and there's clearly a blood stain here? Right? Like, what happened to the other guy that gave the mannequin a gun? I want to know. Like, because I don't think it went well. If this is the size of the blood splatter. You know what I mean? Like, if this is the size of the blood splatter, the guy didn't end. It didn't end well for the guy that did that. You know, we're not. Why do we have to give the mannequin a gun, and why is it in a cage too? Like, I feel like we're just. This is a Terminator situation. Like, would you give a gun to the Terminator? Would you give a gun to the Terminator? I don't think so. You know what I mean? Like, you'd be like, maybe not. Like, the Terminator, I wouldn't be doing that. I don't feel like doing that. Right? Because you would be like, the Terminator, I feel like, would want to kill me. Right? Whereas, like, anything else, I'm like, ooh. Question is, where's the head? And I don't even know if I want to know that answer. We also haven't found all the bodies. The question is, where are all the bodies? We haven't gotten all the bodies. Oh my gosh. Why are you outside again? Buddy, you don't want to be outside. It's cold. It's cold. Why would you want to be outside? Outside is not where we want to be. We want to be warm and cozy. We want to be in the warm and coziness. Not in cold and frigid. Okay, so... Okay, I think I have to hop. I don't want to be cozy. But why don't you? I'm trying to run as fast as I can. But the machine is like, nope, you don't get to go fast. There's only 2 modes. Forward and back. Okay. We see. Okay. Let me move this out of the way because I have a feeling I'm gonna need room. There you go. And then let me sponge this. Yeah. Good. Also, I forgot to turn on my flashlight. That probably would have helped. You know, if I turned on my flashlight sooner, it probably would have helped. But I digress. Okay. Okay. We're gonna go this way. Yes. Okay, is this? Oh, I get it. I get it now. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Let's go in. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Through the mountains. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Through the mountains. Secret tunnel. I forgot the rest. Yeah. Come back from scrolling and I heard secret tunnel. Oh, hey, Sanji. Oh gosh, that poor guy. Let me refix ya. My buddy. Oh, I could go in here now. I'm so cold. Oh, yeah. How you doing, Sanji? You having a good day? Ooh, you look sus. Hi. Yeah. 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 That's what you get. Yeah, I know. I'm like, did I lose power in my punches when, like, I obtained a katana? Let's steel pipe it. Okay. Trash! Time for bag swap. Well, let's chuck that down there. Sorry, man, you got hit by a bag. Oh well. Enjoy. Ooh. More secret tunnel. More secret tunnels. No, I missed it. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay. That's how you guys know that whenever I go too high, the system is like, no, you don't get to hear the high-pitched version of that. You don't get to hear that, the high-pitched version of Secret Tunnel. Tunnel? Tunnel? Subtle? Okay. My brain.
Secret tunnel through the mountains. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel through the mountains. Secret tunnel.
Okay. I don't know why my brain is now stuck on secret tunnel. My brain was like, I was like, oh, secret tunnel. My brain like went straight to that, and then now it's stuck on secret tunnel. It's like secret tunnel mode. Oh my gosh, my collarbone hurts. I'm like, I need to stretch, but I can't.
Can't pick up anything with a full bag.
Yes, I'll throw away my black hole. That sounds like an innuendo for something. But I just don't know what. Okay, so we're gonna add that. Oh, time to pull out the pipe. Yeah. Mario would be proud. Yeah. But yeah. Should I go outside again? No! Are you a masochist? Are you a masochist, Chance? Because you're making me think that. Because you seem like you like pain. Because that's the only thing that would explain why you would want to go outside where you've already complained that you hated how much it was cold. So why? Explain yourself. Okay. Aye. Stay. Oh. Aye, aye, aye. Ooh. What happened here? Oh my gosh, there's so much blood. Like, this whole area is flooded. This whole area is flooded with blood. Hall 6. Oh my gosh. Wait, did you die doing your job? How the hell did you die? Okay. I need answers.
And now, you are now one of us. All hail the wicked one.
Okay, so wait, now, wait, we're the wicked one. Hey, Alistair, welcome. Let me drink my coffee. Weirdly enough, Cocoa Puffs, when sitting in coffee for a while, weirdly tastes like hot dog water. Not one of my best concoctions, I'll say it. I never thought putting Cocoa Puffs with you know, that would taste like hot dog water, but it does, and I hate it now. I kind of hate it now. Update, that's my update on the coffee. The coffee now sucks. Now just tastes like hot dog water, which I kind of don't appreciate. It's like, where did you go wrong? You were so good a second ago, and then you suck. So how you doing, Alistair? You doing good? You having a good day? We having a great day? Let me see. Let me get these, like, shells. Definitely there was, like, a shootout. I stopped, like, this stuff stopped making sense, so at this point I have stopped, like, trying to figure out what the story of how they died is. It made more sense in the main game when I did the main game, because with the main game, you know, there was a very clear way to figure it out. But with this, it's like, how do you even find out? None of it makes sense. Like, even I can't figure out. Like, it... I would have to, like, really, really, like, try to cobble a story together, and I don't think I would be able to. Even if I tried. Yo. Okay. So here's the thing. So that's lights, that's that, that's that. So they're all on, so I don't have to mess with it. I don't have to mess with it. It's more of a, I need to get this going. Right? Okay, so we're going. Come on. I'm like trying to like make the bag bigger. Come on. Oh, you can't fit now? Gained a couple too many pounds? What happened? Okay. Have that. Yeah. When did I say that? Say what? Okay. Oh, hey, Moon Knight. Oh, thank you. Thank you for following. Thank you so much. How you doing? You having a good day? How's your day? What you been up to? Did you do anything cool? Are we setting up for Christmas? Or are we celebrating any other holidays? You know, I do acknowledge there's other holidays in the world that are going to be celebrated during winter. You know, is there any other holidays or stuff we're getting ready for? Or are we finishing college or high school or whatever, you know, school? Just make sure it's not too young. I can't say, like, if you're too young, I can't. I need you to, like, keep that on the down low. But, because, you know, if you're 13 and under, I can't have you in my chat. But... because I'm not exactly an adult streamer, but I'm definitely, like, I'm not a mature streamer, but I'm definitely not one where, like, if you have family members that are not okay with profanity, if you're not okay with PG-13 content, unfortunately, you are not gonna be okay in my stream. You know what I mean? Like, I am meant for, like, probably 14 or 17 plus. You know, it's probably a better way to say it. Let me see. Okay, I found a lot of bodies, but I don't think... Oh yeah, I remember now. Is there a way to get there? I forgot if there was a way to get there that wasn't using the conveyor belt. Okay. Still haven't found her head. Still haven't found the head. I'm just gonna go this way. But yeah. But yeah, I'm excited. Like I said, I have a lot of stuff that you guys will get to see soon. But it sucks that you guys... The funny part is, I always have this, like, little joy that I have about when I make content. Because I'm like... When I make content, I know that there are some stuff that you guys will not know about, that you currently don't know about, that is going to be content. And it's kind of like a little funny thing for me, because it's like, oh my gosh, you guys, you know, I laugh at I find it funny that, you know, you don't know something yet, right? Like, you don't know what something I'm working on is, and I find like a little bit of a joy of like surprising you guys. Like, I try to find something to surprise you guys with every single time. That, like, it's also a challenge for me to push myself to be like, okay, what have you not done? What have you not done? What have you not tried or, like, thought of, or did something different, or checked out, or, you know, something you haven't improved yet, or something like that. I try to find new things for you guys to check out, to like wow you guys, because I think it's fun to like surprise you guys. Like, I don't get to surprise people often because obviously I can't afford a lot of things. So I'm back from dinner. Was dinner good? What did you eat? What did you eat for dinner? Was it amazing? Oh, and for those of you who wanted an update on how the last stream's like seafood egg drop soup was that my dad made, it was good. It was great. It tasted amazing. My dad did a very good job. It tasted really good. Let me get my pressure washer. Okay, I think I'm just gonna, for this one, I'm just gonna not put the soap. Right? It doesn't want, it's like, no, you need to put the soap. It's like, no. You need the soap. I forgot. Yeah, it was good. It was really good. They added like extra shrimp for me. They were like, oh, we want to make sure that you got like a good amount of shrimp, so they made sure I got like 3 when I did it. When I did get it. And it was so good. It was tasty. It was really good. And they're right now, they're excited because their crab guy is gonna be like giving them food soon. So they're like, oh my gosh, our crab guy's coming. We're gonna have crab soon. So, and then for those of you who want an update on the dog situation, we just found out that we might not be getting the dog that we thought we were gonna get. My abuelos have decided, they're like, okay, we're actually gonna send it to a family friend instead, because the family friend had just lost their dog, and we're like, okay, dog distribution system. When someone needs, you know, has freshly lost their dog, and it was through old age. Their dog died of old age. And when someone's dog dies of old age, sometimes the best thing they need, in that moment is a new dog. They need a new dog so that way they can, like, you know, grieve, but also, like, have a new thing to focus on while they're grieving the old dog. I love some lobster rolls. Yeah, but they're not in season. Lobster's not in season yet. You know, in places like Maine, it is. But, like, right now, not really. It's not in season yet. You have to wait. Like, it was already in season, like, October. But it's no longer in season. So we have to, like, wait. Because we ain't buying lobster from the... my family ain't buying lobster from, like, the grocery store. You know how much it's gonna be if you bought it from the grocery store? It's too expensive. It's way too expensive. And so, like, we go and we, like, go and catch it because it's like, sure, yeah, you're paying for the boat ride and everything like that, but it's, like, better. It's better because it's cheaper. You're just like, okay, well, you're paying for the boat ride, and then, sure, yeah, it's the labor of, like, oh my gosh, we gotta get all these lobsters and all that stuff, but it's worth it. Because when you get all the lobsters, you're getting more lobster than if you had decided to be like, oh, I'm just going to go and, like, you're getting more lobster than if you decided to buy it from the store. Because if you bought it from the store, then they're upselling you, upcharging you, like, a big margin. And you're like, oh my gosh, it's way too expensive. But it's like, when you actually go and do the boat ride yourself and you go and catch it yourself, it's a lot better. My dad usually does it, but right now he's been working a lot because Christmas season, obviously. And like I said, lobster is out of season right now. So unless you want to, like, you have some time traveling mechanics you can do that you know about, like, oh yeah, I could time travel. Can't do it right now. So yay. Let's see, we got 8 bodies. We have to dispose of 23 trash bags out of 26, and we've wiped 65% of blood. Oh, that's decent. That's good stats. I forgot what I ate. Why did you forget? How did you forget what you ate, man? You just ate dinner. You just said that you just ate dinner. Like, was it that not memorable? How was it not memorable? Like, it's fresh in your mind, man. Unless you're lying to me that you ate dinner. Yeah. Yeah, depending upon, you know, what you do for cats and dogs and stuff like that, they can live longer than 15, but yeah, 15's a good age for, like, a cat. You know, there's some people that they, like, for example, celebrities, a lot of them, they're able to keep their pets alive, mostly because of the fact that they have access to drugs and things, medicines that can keep their pets around longer, because they can vaccinate them against different cancers, and they can go and treat things as they show up. And so their pets are less likely, not that it's impossible, but their pets are less likely to contract a cancer of some sort. So for most people, it's kind of, that's why some people are like, oh man, I wish I had the money that rich people had, where they can go to these countries and get these, like, rich people medicines and stuff like that. Because then your pets would be okay.
Time for a bag.
Oh. Bag swap. Okay. In a hole. There we go. Open this one. Because I'm thinking about moving that bucket. Because, like, most of the blood splatters here. So, since most of the blood splatters right here, might as well, right? And then... Okay. Oh my gosh, so much trash. Jeez. So much trash. Like... There. At least that's clean. I'm gonna have to, like, spray paint this. I forgot what I ate. Oh gosh, you guys. That kept me sane as I have not eaten since breakfast. What have I told you about you guys about eating? You guys need to eat. I don't care if it's not healthy or not. You know, if you, like, what's important is that you eat. Now, if you're on a diet from your nutritionist or something like that, you know, make sure that you follow the guidelines of your nutritionist or doctor. I'm not saying don't follow a diet if you really, really need a diet. But, please, you know, eat food. Food is important. If you are properly fed, you will have the energy to sustain yourself for the entirety of whatever you're doing or whatever you need to do. Oh, this is where he is. Oh, this level. Okay. So that's why it's important. How did you die? Okay, he's on the floor. Yeah, his regret. Yeah. Well, I didn't lie. Oh. This poor guy. Look at the crime scene cleaner guy. He's sad. He's sad because he's like, oh man, I lost my friend. And that haunts him. Oh, our poor little buddy. Like, crime scene cleaner guy, you didn't deserve this. You know, you wanted your friend to, like, you know, get his life together. You wanted him to get his life together, and you wanted him to, you know, go and have a chance at a normal life and not one where it's full of crime and, you know, people out to get him. You wanted him to have a normal life and to, you know, get a credit score. You know, it might have not been a good credit score, but a credit score nonetheless. You know, it would have been a nice one, you know, starting a family, going and, you know, having enough income to go and live off of. That would be great. You know, that would have been wonderful for your buddy, and I understand why you're sad. I understand why he's sad. Because I'm like, man, if you had a buddy that you were like, oh my gosh, he almost got his life together, right? If you have a friend where, like, you're like, oh my gosh, if that didn't happen, he would have had everything together. You'd be so sad. You'd be like, it's so tragic. He just needed, like, one little thing. I might get some croquetas. Yes, eat the croquetas. I may not like croquetas, but get the croquetas. Get the croquetas. Do it. But, you know, so I understand why the crime scene cleaner guy is so sad, because it's like, you know, he was rooting for his friend. He was like, even though he wasn't like a friend, you know, like, he was rooting for the guy. He was like, yeah, you know, you're gonna get your life together, everything's gonna be good, and then we're both going to live normal lives. And he just didn't get that. And he feels guilty, probably, because, like, the crime scene cleaner guy, right, in this game, feels guilty because he got what he wanted. His daughter is, you know, safe at home, cancer free. You know, he obviously has a guilty conscience now because I saw Audrey Samurai. You said your abuela is making some. But like he now has a guilty conscience, you know, but at the very least he, you know, got out scot-free, you know, didn't actually, you know, get arrested for any of this. He didn't reap any repercussions other than mental repercussions of just, you know, doing like cleaning up dead bodies for like a living for a while, you know, just so that way you even though it was morally wrong, you are doing it for a morally good reason. A really good reason, you know, you needed money for your daughter's, like, cancer care. So, like, cancer treatment. So, at the very end, you know, it's sad. Oh, hi! Hey, Val. Welcome back. We're talking about how we feel bad for the crime scene cleaner guy because, unfortunately, you know, he feels very bad about the fact that Tyler never got his life together. And I'm like, I feel for him because I can understand why he would, like, feel so bad about his friend never getting a chance to, like, strain his life out. You know, he was so close to just, like, everything working out. Like, and so imagine you have that friend that, you know, tries their best. They're like, they think they got everything together and they're like, oh my gosh, we almost got everything great. And then it all goes wrong. You know? So I can understand why that's so tragic. You know? He wanted the best for his friend. He didn't want his friend to suffer like that. Sure, his friend did bad things, and he made some bad judgments. But, you know, sometimes we all make mistakes, and unfortunately he made the mistakes with the wrong people. I mean, he does. He does have a hot voice. Oh my gosh. That's what all you guys focus on. The fact that the guy's like, oh my gosh, his voice is so amazing. Yeah, it's so sad. But you don't care? Oh, well, I do. You know, because I can feel that. I know what it's like. You know, to have a friend that never, a friend or a family member that, you know, it never really panned out. Okay. Let me see. Are you? Oh yeah, I forgot. I need a refill. I need a refill. So yeah, I've been looking into some indie games. I was planning on doing an indie game today, but I was like, oh my gosh, I do not have the mental energy to do an indie game today. But I'm planning on doing some indie games later in the month. Later in the month I'm planning on doing more indie games, so you guys will get more of a shot. You guys will get more. Okay, let's fill this up. Because we already cleaned everything, so it's just a matter of, okay, let's soap everything, right? One. Two. Oh, not the katana. I'm not gonna slice my stuff to pieces. Okay. Yeah. Time to burn everything away. But yeah. But if you guys stay to the end of the stream, you might get my Brandon Urie impression. I don't know how good it is, but you guys will hear it. You might. if you guys want it. You might get my Brandon Urie impression if you stay to the end of the stream. Cause like I said, I sometimes will do that. Another one I do sometimes, but I haven't quite nailed it fully. You're broke. I'm broke too. One that I haven't fully nailed yet is Gerard Way. That was another one. I can do his lower parts, but I haven't quite nailed like some of his like vocal mannerisms fully yet, because I go into more Green Day territory. I accidentally go into Green Day, and if you guys know, Gerard Way, the only reason why his voice sounds like that is because he's actually doing a impression of the lead singer of the lead singer of Green Day. That's literally the reason why he sounds like that. I found that out. So that's the only reason. He sounds that way. So when you do an impression of like Gerard Way, you accidentally sometimes fall into doing an impression of the guy from Green Day, right? So you kind of have to like kind of hold back a little bit. But I find it hilarious because it's like, oh my gosh, I keep low key like you're trying to do like a horrible impression on purpose. That's basically the idea of Gerard Way's like how he sings is he's doing a terrible impression of the lead singer from Green Day. That's the actual factual reason why he sounds like that. So for me, I go and it's hard for me to like stay in Gerard Way territory and not accidentally go into like Green Day territory. And then I'm still trying to like, the one I'm working on in terms of impressions, because I never quite nail it, is Patrick Stump. Patrick Stump, I can't quite nail his voice. His voice is a little hard because the problem for him, right, his voice is based upon how choir singers sing in church. So his is church singing. I don't really, like, I never did church choir, I did normal choir, so it's a little different of how they sing, right? They have a different way that they use their instrument. So him, it's a little harder. Like, Patrick Stump's harder. Definitely. Another one I could do is, like, Barrett Wilbur Weed, but Barrett Wilbur Weed is, like, I sometimes get too low with her. I'm like, oh, I went a little too low. But it's funny that I could do with it. I could do it. There's a lot of people I sometimes will jokingly do impressions of, and it's fun to do them. Like, because think about it, right? When do you ever get to, like, have the whimsy or the time to just be like, you know, let's do an impression of somebody. You know? And at the end of the day, right? No problem. Like, it's no slight against the person. You know? You're just jokingly doing, like, an impression of them, and it's not, as long as it's not done to be rude, right? As long as you're not, like, being like, oh my gosh, like, you're making fun of them. Like, really making fun of them, like, in a negative way. As long as you're making fun of them in, like, all the positive ways, it's like, yeah, you can make fun of them a little bit, you know? But yeah, I listen to a lot of I listen to a lot of like emo, like scene music when I was younger. So because of that, I have a very good memory of how do they sound like, because I've grown up listening to them for so long in my so much of my life. Okay, I think you're fine. Yeah, you're fine. Oh, but you're fine, but I have to clean the area. That's what it is. How many people that you know are getting suspended, man? Like, every single time you come into my chat, you're like, oh, this person got suspended. That person got suspended. How many people that you know are getting suspended from school? Like... And also, that's not a good sign, man. Okay. Okay, where is the red splotches? There it is. Hi, I love wine. Welcome! Just pretend I didn't... Don't mind that. Just pretend I didn't say that. But it's becoming concerning, man! How you doing, I love wine? You doing good? We're having a good day? Okay, and then... Okay. Yeah. And then... Yeah. I like wine. Yeesh. Red. Yeah, I like wine, but it's not like my biggest thing. Like I've told you guys before, I'm not like a big drinker. I'm someone that likes mocktails, personally, because I don't like the buzz. Like, I don't like the buzz because it just makes me sleepy, and I don't like it. I'm someone that is like, oh, I want to do this. I want to get this done. I want to do that. I want to have fun. I want to have this. You know? Whereas, like, so for me, like, I prefer to, like, not have to deal, like, with being buzzed, in my opinion. Ooh, there we go. There. Yeah. Now, let's add the detergent. But yeah. What do you mean by what do I mean? I'm glad you're saying, are you referring to like the feeling of being buzzed or something like that? I'm not sure. Because like for me, when I drink, I just get sleepy and I don't like it. I don't like, you know, feeling sleepy, in my opinion. It's like, is what it is. I'd rather just drink a mocktail, have a fun time, even if it's caffeinated. A caffeinated one's even better. You know, if I'm gonna have like a drink of choice, I better have a stimulant. Not a downer. Here we go. There. Yay! Now for the trash. Oh, I forgot. I need to throw this out. I need to throw out the black hole. Which I find is hilarious, the fact that the black holes in these games they can get full of stuff and you have to literally like go and like unload them. It's kind of funny because I'm like, the fact that the black holes just like fill up. What's your favorite mocktail? I've said it before. The best one I've ever had was at... Okay, there's two. And I count this as these two as mocktails for reasons. It was the first one that I loved. One of the first ones I liked. That when I went to Epic Universe. And Epic Universe, they had the Monocane. And the Monocane was really good. Monocane is really good. Like, it's a good drink overall. It's like... It's meant to, like, evoke the idea of, like, green apple. But it's not so apple-y that it just becomes too much. Like, it's cut with pineapple and other things. And it's like, okay, this is really nice. It has a really nice flavor palette. Thank God there's no black hole IRL. True. Anyone that knows how black holes work would know that it would disintegrate the Earth in seconds. Not even seconds, milliseconds. Me as a science nerd explaining. But like, even nanoseconds, that would be more likely. But yeah. And then the other one that I love, that was a really good mocktail, was the other one that I got from... I also got at Epic Universe, but I got it... But it's offering Universal Studios also, is butterbeer, but the cold one. I like the cold one, not the cold one, the frozen one. I like the frozen one because the frozen one's like really good. I like the slushiness of it. Like, I like it because it reminds me of like how a frappuccino from like Starbucks, the texture wise, it reminds me of that, but it's like really nice, and it's like, it gives me that warm fuzzy feeling but still cold in a cold package. And I like that about it. And it gives the vibe. Yeah, we're still live. We're still live. We're just trying to, like, clean up. And we found a body, so we need to put the body away. Anyways, I got a mocktail from a maid cafe. It was fine, but man, it was sugary. Yeah, that's the problem with a lot of cafes, like collab cafes and stuff like that. I've been to a couple of them. Like, I went to the One Piece one. I went to the One Piece one, because the One Piece one is by my house. Like, not very close. Like, it's definitely, I have to take a train to go to it. A train or a very long Uber ride. But it's relatively close. But like, I love it. That one was good, but like, I do agree with the assessment that the drinks were a bit sugary. I do agree with that. Okay, I still need to find the head. Where is the head? Also, did I dirty everything? Yes, I did. I dirty everything. Okay. So we're gonna go this way. Okay. So. Now, to wash. But yeah, we're trying to get this going. But yeah, for those of you on TikTok, if you like my content and you don't see them live on a Monday or a Thursday or a Saturday, just check YouTube or like TikTok. Just check it, because there's a high likelihood that I could still be live. just on a different platform. Sorry I'm late. No joke. It feels like I'm doing an IRL crime scene cleaner at home right now. It happens. Nah. When I'm done with the stream, I have so much work ahead of me. You know, I have, like I said, like the first thing I'm gonna get onto is editing the Bendy stream videos. You remember, that's how far behind I am, if you guys are wondering. Remember when I did Bendy? If you don't, that tells you how long I haven't done content. So, I'm right now, like, waiting to do more Bendy. I gotta do the Bendy content. I have to finish, I gotta do the FNAF content as well, because I didn't do that as well. This is where I need to be. Yeah. I had to do the FNAF content as well. And then I have to do, like, other things. But yeah, update on, like, me watching anime friends. So I think the last time I did say that I was, like, watching, that, like, that anime where it's basically about this, like, girl that gets abducted and married, like, offered as collateral by, like, a, like, orc to a orc. She gets abducted by an orc because her grandfather offered her as collateral to pay off it, like, millions of dollars in, like, debt. And he's like, you can marry my daughter if you want. You know, he offered my granddaughter if you want. And so that's the, like, thing. And so I finally got to, like, the end of, not the end, but because the season's not over, but I'm, like, I got further, and I'm right now where I'm at. She's starting to fall in love with the dude. LOL, the Bendy streams. Didn't I first join through the, Bendy or Crime Scene Cleaner? It was Crime Scene Cleaner. Bendy, you attended, but you attended the, some of the, Bendy Lone Wolf. But you did attend the Bendy stream. Whereas Crime Scene Cleaner, you've been for a while. You've been here for a while. Like, the first one you joined, I believe, it was roughly around the pizza level. The pizza level, first playthrough. First playthrough of the pizza level, if I remember correctly. If I had to place it. But yeah. And we were all joking about how the heads were moving by themselves. We were joking about how everything... This was before we did any FNAF stuff, where we before we were... Well, we did FNAF Secret of the Mimic. We definitely did. We definitely did. But we hadn't done, like, the old school FNAF stuff yet. There. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna put ya over there. But yeah. So I got to the section where, like, she got, like, abducted. So she finally fell in love with the guy, but she's like, I don't want to marry him yet. Like, everybody's acknowledging she should probably do it, but like, they're like, you can wait, if you want. But like, because they're trying to do like a Mao Mao Jinchi situation, like it's like Mao Mao Jinchi like light, if you get what I mean, or by how I'm describing it. Like, they're trying to do like what happened with Mao Mao and Jinji, but like they're kind of doing it like in a way where it's like kind of a little off-brand, if you get what I mean. So, okay, where is this? Ah, there it is. So, oh, I might have remembered joining Bendy ones later. I got into your stream more often, lol. Yeah. Hey, I remember a lot of things, like I said. I make sure to remember you guys, because like I said, you guys are the main reason why this channel functions. You are the main reason. So for me, I make an effort to remember. And I create spreadsheets. There. I'm done with my performance now. What did I miss? Not much. We're the Wicked one, I guess, is what we found out in the game. In his, like, personified dreams. Okay, and we gotta move furniture. So what is the furniture we gotta move? That's where the blood is, but where's the furniture we gotta move back? Is it like here? No, not there. But yeah. And so yeah, they're like doing, oh, this is gonna be it, right? Yeah, it's that. They're trying to do that Mao Mao Jinchi thing from, but they're like, obviously they don't have it. Feels like the first time rejoining the stream again. But yeah, Mao Mao and Jinchi, it's got like that Mao Mao Jinchi thing that they're trying to do, but it's not like well executed. Like I said, they're trying to do a lot of shows, but not quite executing it with like the choices they've made, which is not bad, but it's definitely like not top tier. Like there's like a very big political reason why Jinchi and Mao Mao can't get together, right? Big political reason. Like, there are many barriers for them, and it's also her own mindset. Whereas with this one, it's so, like, it's like barely layered on. Like, they're like, yeah, you shouldn't, like, we want you to marry him, but you don't want to. That's literally, like, all it really is. And then they're like, oh, actually we now need to create a real reason why he can't marry her, right? We have to find a good reason. So now they're like, okay, let's make him a different orc, like a dangerous orc, but like make him like the calmest dangerous orc to exist, and it to be like a tragedy that like that he's getting like penalized for the fact that he, you know, is this like super dangerous orc that has like a family history of like killing like emperors or stuff like that. Like, it's stuff like that. So like, so it's like, it's not really, it feels like hammered on because there was no hints at it. Like, there was no hints that I was like, oh yeah, he's like this like super dangerous orc. Like, there was no, like, it didn't really go and give you any reason why he would need, you know what I mean? Like, they don't have a really good reason, a good enough reason for why he can't You know what I mean? Like, I feel it's not earned. Whereas Jinshi, it's earned. It's earned because they gave, like, multiple, like, hints that it was like, why is he so pretty? Like, why is he so pretty? Why does he have this muscular build when he's supposedly a eunuch, right? He's super young, so he's actually he's too young for the time of the emperor, right? You haven't slept. You need to sleep, bud. You know, he's too young for the time of the emperor, like, outlawing the procedure as well. Like, there's a lot of hints for Jinshi, whereas this one, it feels so unearned because it's like, oh, suddenly he's in police custody because someone revealed his identity. Like, it feels too unearned, right? Whereas, like, if they had, like, subtly hinted at it over time, I would probably feel better. Like, they were better at subtly hinting, like, well, not really subtle. It was barely subtle. Like, they were, like, really hammering it on, like, oh, wow, I'm having these dreams about this guy, this, like, spirit that, like, when I was a kid, fed me while I was starving. I was abandoned in my own house and starving to death. The spirit fed me. You know, like, it was something like that. And like, the mystery is, like, who was the one that fed me? Was it the fox spirit, or was it the one that's trying to marry me? It was so stupid. And in my opinion, I'm like, I don't know. But, like, so I'm like, yeah, that also felt a little too hammered on. Like, the dreams were a bit much. I was like, if she just recognized the mask and she was like, oh my gosh, I remember that mask from when I was a kid, but I don't really remember what it was from. And then she, like, remembers, like, vaguely, like, she's like, that mask is so familiar from when I was a little kid, right? And then she's able to place the memory eventually. Like, I would have felt it was better, would have been a better conclusion. Like, it would have been better for how she concluded that than to be like, oh my gosh, I've been having this dream from when I was a child that this spirit was feeding me. You know what I mean? It's just like, it doesn't feel as earned. You know, it feels weird. It feels like it's hammered on. Like, oh yeah, I chose to do this because we needed, like, a story, you know? We needed a story for why you might have, like, gone and done this, you know? Like, why would you, like, go and get help, you know? Like, it feels too, like, unearned, if you get what I mean. So, a lot of it. So then I watched it, and they were like, oh my gosh, he's this, like, we gotta go in the tunnels because the mole people have to help us. I don't like to sleep. Well, considering I'm someone that currently can't sleep because my brain is working too much, please sleep. Please sleep on my behalf. My content is not as important as your beauty rest. I swear, I am not as important. You need to sleep, and you need to eat, man. But yeah, basically it was unearned, and so then they're like, okay, the mole people will help us. So the mole people are, like, helping them, going under the city and tunnels in these, like, corporate-esque looking tunnels, and I'm like, okay, I guess. And then she's like with royal officials, but but she's like hiding from royal officials with royal officials. So it's like, and then she's like, oh my gosh, I'm trying to get this young royal child to eat food because he doesn't feel like eating. Hey, Sylvia. And I feel like, I'm just like, I get it, your whole thing is, like, cooking for people, but, like, can we, like... I think it's becoming a little excessive, man. You know? There's a point where you need to, like... Maybe we don't need to be, like, cooking for these people all the time. I don't know. Is it just me? Like, I feel like that's the it's like it's forcing two people together. Like, the problem is that they're trying to do a slow burn without doing slow burn, and it sucks because then you're like, sure, yeah, you're trying to get the payoff of a slow burn without actually doing it. So what ends up happening is it feels on everything you do with the couple feels so unearned, because you're like, oh yeah, like, yeah, sure, they are together, yeah. Was that important? Was there something important? Was there a reason that was supposed to be important? You know what I mean? Like, it just... if he's like a dangerous orc, right? If the whole point is he's this dangerous, wild orc that, like, everybody's scared of because it's like this hell orc, right? Why do we, like, not get any instances of, like, any power difference or any hints to that? I feel like it like I said, it's something, there's stuff that's missing from that show. But yeah, so I'm excited about it, you know, to finish, because I'm like, maybe there might be a payoff, because sometimes there are shows where in retrospect the show is better rather than, like, on the first watch. Like, for example, I'm a Spider, So What, right? That one, like, it was fine. I liked the show. But it was one of those where, in my opinion, right, on first watch, when you first watch it, like, and you don't get to the end, right? You're like, okay, she's a spider, and she's trying to, like, level up her power, and she's trying not to die in, like, a cave, and she'll eventually meet her friends and stuff like that, and probably reunite. And then, like, later in the story, we're like, oh, the spider lady's dead, right? We hear the spider lady's dead, so we're like, oh, so she's dead, so we're following a dead character, right? So, and this is not really too much of a spoiler, because it's like, they basically, like, they hint at it, like, in the first episode, like they say it's kind of, like, telegraphed in the first episode that that's why the teacher's very apprehensive and very careful with the kids, is that one of them, some of them have already died. And so she's being very careful and making sure these kids, like, you know, don't die, you know. But I appreciate that one, because once you get to the end, I'm not gonna spoil the end. I'm not gonna spoil the end for you. But once you get to the end, it has the payoff of it actually makes up for the entire first watch. Because then, when you re-watch it, you're like, oh my gosh, I missed so many details. I didn't realize this was an important detail. I didn't realize that this was an important detail. Like, I appreciate a show where when I watch it a second time, I have a completely different view of it. Like, I like shows like that, because that means that someone spent so much time working out, okay, how does anyone that watches my show, like, how will they experience, will there, like, how can I make it different for the second experience, right? For the next experience, because it'll never be the same, right? You'll never get the first experience again. But if you can create an experience where it's like something new and something captivating, and it rewards you every single time you rewatch the show, you're gonna want to rewatch the show and find new things that you never thought was in there. And that's what I appreciate about shows that do that, because they understand when you reward your viewers for rewatching your show, it only benefits you. It only benefits you, and it contributes to the longevity. Like for me, I will definitely go back and watch I'm a Spider So What. I will definitely go back and watch it, because I will find something new. Hey J-Dog, I'll find something new that I never thought I didn't really pay attention to the first time. And that's why it's important. That's why I think that I'm a Spider So What did something right. And a good show would do right. A good show acknowledges that you're gonna rewatch it, that you want to rewatch it. And that's why I'm working so hard. That's why you guys are not getting any of my books yet. I'm not putting out any chapters or anything till I finish up to like book 2. I'm not going to put out any books or any chapters yet, because I want to absolutely make sure that anything that I might have like missed, like I want to cover every detail. I want to make sure that you guys are getting a really good experience both times. On like the first watch, the second watch, the third watch, I want you to be, by the time you watch it the 5th time, you're over analyzing. I want you to start over analyzing and looking for details where there aren't. I want that, because that shows that I did my job right. Right? As a writer. If I could create a captivating story that makes you want to watch it over and over and over and over again, just looking for something, you know, something, and discovering more things to love about the properties I create, that would be the biggest compliment to my life. Creating something like that. Okay, I think, okay, part of me is like, it's highly likely that whatever is going on here is above this. It's highly likely. Let me see. Let me go. Okay, so let me go, and we're gonna click tab. I'm gonna put this like this. And I'm gonna go there. And I'm gonna go up. Nope. Okay, so not there. So where... Okay, what am I missing? I try to find what I'm missing. Oh wait, I just came up with an idea. Right? What if I do this? Right? Wait, am I not able to turn this off again? No. Okay, so that's not the answer, obviously. Oh my gosh, I just realized where the blood is. I was like, where's the blood? And then I just realized it's down there. It's down here. Oh my gosh. I'm just trying. You guys, I'm tired. That's what it is. I'm tired. I'm gonna be fully back to normal probably in a couple weeks. in a couple weeks. Just give me a minute. You know, in a couple weeks, I'll be like, okay, I'm back to summer Chrissy. If you remember summer Chrissy, that I was on the ball, I was making sure everything worked out. I made sure that we had like a lot of content going on. You know, I was on track as much as possible. You know, that Chrissy. I'm trying to get to that version. You know, I want to get back to that version that of me that was just like really good, and I was on content, and I was making sure that you guys were having fun, and you had a lot of stuff going on. And I want to get back to that version. But I'm like, I know it's going to take me a minute. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so this. Yeah. Get rid of the trash. Okay. Now the question is, where is said trash? We gotta find said trash. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if I know both sides didn't have anything, so we should be good on that front. I think I made my ears bleed from loud music. Why? You shouldn't. Don't sacrifice your eardrums, buddy. You know that's something you can't get back. Your hearing. That's something you'll never get back. Oh yeah, I didn't go in here. You'll never get back your hearing. No? No pizza? No? That doesn't count? Then where? There's a piece of trash somewhere. It just feels like it. Buddy, don't ruin your hearing just to ruin your hearing. Oh my gosh, I forgot. I need to slice these to pieces. I need to slice them to ribbons. I missed out. But yeah, you gotta protect your hearing. Because that is something that you gotta keep for the rest of your life, because it's something you can't go back. If you mess up with your teeth, you could always get like veneers or dentures. Not ideal, but you can always go back. Hearing, the best they could give you is a hearing aid, and sometimes a hearing aid won't cut it. You won't have hearing.
Can't pick up anything with a full bag.
And most people, they don't prepare for the day they might, you know, become deaf or blind. So are you prepared that one day you might become deaf or blind? No, I don't think so. Most people aren't. They don't go and they don't learn ASL. They don't go and learn, you know, they don't learn Braille on the off chance they might not see it ever again. You know, because you always hope for the best, that you're gonna be in good health forever. You're never gonna expect the day that you lose your hearing. So don't actively ruin your hearing just so that way you can, you know, listen to because you want to listen to your music on loud. Don't do it. It is not worth it. It's absolutely not worth it. But yeah, that's my opinion. Because like I said, most people do not prepare for the day they lose their hearing. They do not prepare for it. And unlike eyesight, where eyesight you could always, like, there's always glasses or something that you can do. You cannot go back with hearing. That is one of them you cannot go back from. And it's not something that is not unnecessary. Like, not that it's not unnecessary, that if you lost it, it wouldn't be a big deal. It would be a big deal. Now, will it ruin your life? Probably not. But it will change your life. It will change your life. Your life will not be the same as it was. You would have to be very careful with your hearing for the rest of your life. And most people aren't like that. Most people don't want to have to worry about all of that. They want to be like, oh, I would be in good health forever. You know? So if you won't, ideally, if you can help it, don't make your life harder than it has to be. Don't make your life harder than it has to be. Try to make sure your hearing stays good. For as long as you can. Okay, yeah. That'll go right there. Now here's the question. We need to find the head. We need to find the head. We need to clean this mess up. Okay, and we are going to need to do a lot of extra stuff. So, but yeah. But like I said, I've been listening to the old the old Panic stuff lately. I've also been going and watching, listening to Ryan Ross's music that he has lately. I forgot which band it is. Like Ryan Ross, if you guys don't know, is the original writer and creator of Panic at the Disco. So I've been listening to that. Okay, for those of you who are wondering what camp I am when it comes to Panic at the Disco and the Brandon Urie situation, I'm in the camp where I will listen to everything that is from kind of like King of the Clouds back. King of the Clouds and back. I do not listen to Viva Las Vengeance. The deal is, right, in my opinion, it has nothing to do with, like, I know some people are like Panic at the Disco snobs and they'll be like, oh, but Ryan Ross was the one that created the original Panic at the Disco. I do agree, but bands change. Like, for example, Ozzy Osbourne was part of Black Sabbath, and then they kicked him out of the band. Or, for example, Queen had a different lead singer, and then Freddie Mercury joined. Are you gonna go back to Queen's original catalog before Freddie Mercury joined? Just because Freddie Mercury, was the focus after that? No. You're gonna be like, okay, I just am going to acknowledge that when I listen, to appreciate. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna build the android. Please don't kill me. Is this like a weeping angel situation? I'm gonna look away and I'm gonna walk away and you're gonna try to kill me? Is that it? Please tell me. Oh gosh. Well, if I die by weeping angel, I die by weeping angel. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's giving Terminator vibes. I don't like it. I feel like you killed everybody. But yeah, so I am not like a panic snob. Like, I love Vices and Virtues. It's actually personally one of my favorite albums, but I also like Pretty Odd. I like that album. I think it comes from a different vibe, and it's a very chill album. You know, I acknowledge what they are. Do I think that do I agree? Hey Catalina, thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. Are you having a good day? Are you having a wonderful day? I really hope you're having a good day. Or if you don't want to talk, that's okay. That's absolutely fine. But yeah, so in my opinion, I'm not a panic snob. I don't fault people if they love the newer stuff from Panic, or if you just want to listen to Ryan Ross ones. Because in my opinion, like, I personally don't like Viva Las Vengeance. I do agree the writing fell off. But I'm not going to penalize albums like Death of a Bachelor, because Death of a Bachelor and other ones, he had a band. It was still a band. He wasn't the only sole person working on the project. Like, there's a difference with, I have a band, but I don't have the original members. And I have a touring band, but I create the music. Right? There's a really big difference between those two. And Viva Las Vengeance was, I have a touring band, but I create the music. Whereas Death of a Bachelor era and the other eras prior were eras that they were like, oh, actually, you know, he had somebody that he was working with. He had people that he was writing with. It may have just been one bassist at that time, because they swapped bassists, and then they swapped bassists. The bassist helped write the lyrics for Death of a Bachelor, and then for the Death of a Bachelor album, and then the Man of the Clouds album. I forgot the name of the album, but it's like Man of the Clouds, I think. So he wrote those albums with that bassist, but then something happened. I don't remember what, but they split. That was when Brandon went by himself. When Brandon Urie went by himself, then the writing fell off, and I personally don't like the music from Viva Las Vengeance. I like the music video for Viva Las Vengeance. I think it's kind of funny. But do I like the music? I not as... I think that he needed oversight. He didn't need a lot of oversight, because I do think the music work, the production is good. Like, the production's not, like, the best, but the production's decent. You know, I just think that he didn't have somebody to be in the room to be like, hey, you didn't really, you need to, like, do that, recomp that vocal, or you need to rethink that lyric, right? I think he needed that with that album, and he didn't have that, and because he didn't have that, that album did so bad. So that's why, in my opinion, I don't, like I said, I'm not a snob about Panic and Panic at the Disco. I still listen to Death of a Bachelor. I personally came back to Panic because of Death of a Bachelor. Because I had re-listened, when I came back to Panic, right? I came back in 2 times. Because I came back when the Too Rare to Live, Too Young to Die album came out. But that wasn't the album that reattracted me back to it. It was the Vices and Virtues album that brought me back to it, to Panic. That brought me back to Panic initially. It brought me back to Panic. And then I was like, oh, I really love Vices and Virtues, but they also went in a different direction. And I don't hate Too Rare to Live, Too Young to Die. I just, you know, it's not one of my favorites of their albums. Like, there's some songs on that album I don't quite care for. And like I said, it's not the fault of the songs. The songs are not bad. It's just I personally feel with that album, some of them blend together too much. In a sense. Some of them blend together and they kind of have this too much of the same vibe. Which is a similar problem that Death of the Bachelor had, but at least with Death of the Bachelor, it was something that wasn't too bad. Right? It wasn't too bad because at least while they were blending together, it wasn't it was blending together but in different ways, right? It was sonically cohesive, but like the ideas were at least a little bit separated. Whereas I feel with Too Rare to Live, Too Young to Die, it was too sonically cohesive, and there was a couple songs there that just sounded like they touched upon the same idea a little too closely, right? Different idea, but like a little too close, in my opinion. And that's why I don't really care for that album as much. Like, I won't say that it's a bad album if you love it. Like, if you like that album. I have a couple songs that I really appreciate. Like, Girls, Boys, Girls is really good. Like, I do like that song. You know, I do like the song. Now, is the music video easy for me to... do I have to put the lyrical video on because I have small siblings? But I want to listen to it? Yeah, I do. I have to put on the lyrical video because that one is, like, bad. Okay, let me go in here because I think it's... Oh my gosh, look at that. Look at how good that looks. But yeah, like, I also, another one I like is, like, Casual Affair. Like, Colorful and Casual Affair, I feel sound too similar. If you remember, if you know what those two songs are, they're from Too Rare to Live, Too Young to Die, and I feel they sound too similar. Like, I sometimes get them confused. That's why I am, like, why I say that I feel like they're too similar. If I could confuse a song with another song very easily, because it's vocally similar, like you're doing something too vocally similar with it, that's where I start to have a problem with it. Right? Like, and then for Vices and Virtues, one of the songs I really like from Vices and Virtues, like, everybody kind of likes Mona Lisa. Like, the Ballad of Mona Lisa. Don't get me wrong. That one's a good one. And everyone talks about the album ones from, like, Jennifer's Body is, like, New Perspectives and all that stuff. Everybody talks about those. But, or Mercenary. Mercenary is a really good song. I'm like, that one was one of the best songs that came out of the Arkham games. But, in my opinion, the songs from Vices and Virtues that I personally, I will rewatch, and I'll re-listen to it because I actually enjoy them, are this songs, Nearly Witches. I like Nearly Witches. Nearly Witches but I do like that version, but I also like the version that Ryan Ross did, because if you don't know, Ryan Ross, someone leaked the demo version of Nearly Witches, where, and I know it wasn't from Brandon Yuri didn't do it, and it showed that Nearly Witches actually had a completely different concept, because the story, what intrigues me is Nearly Witches has a story behind it of how it was created that was very interesting to me. It was a song that initially meant about dealing with family trauma and bonds that didn't suit them, the singer, and in the demo version. But when Ryan Ross left, because the album Pretty Odd, it caused so many disagreements with Brandon and him. And there's a unreleased Panic album. If you guys don't know, there's an unreleased Panic album that got scrapped before Pretty Odd, that caused Pretty Odd, that was darker in tone. So it would have been, it would have been A Fever You Can't Sweat Out, but make it dark folk, rock. That was what it was, right? But then the album agreed with Ryan Ross that Panic would probably benefit from a shift in style, because they would appeal to a wider market. And so they agreed, and they went with the Beatles direction, and that's why Pretty Odd went the way it did, with the soft rock direction, the psychedelic. And so Pretty Odd makes sense from that point of view of why that. So Nearly Witches was one of those where it was during that Pretty Odd era where they made Nearly Witches. It was a completely different song. It got scrapped because Ryan left the band. Ryan left the band, and then the other band member, I forgot their name, left the band. They left the band, and they were like, nah, we ain't doing this. Brandon then took the scrapped music and took the stuff that was on his MySpace, like Ryan's MySpace lyrics that he had come up with, that he put it like on a songboard, so like he would remember like lines, and then fans could go back to be like, oh, I remember that line from that song. Well, Brandon had access to it, and he decided to include those into it. So then a song about family bonds being broken down became a song about, going in, tiptoeing around a relationship where it's in that very early stage where you're about to catapult yourself into sexy times, but you're in that naive teenager mindset, right? That's the idea of Nearly Witches from Brandon Urie's perspective that he created, right? And so that's why I really like that song, because it's a song that tells so much of a story through its production of how it changed. And that's why I like it. I like when a story has a bigger story than what it was, right? I also like the production of both versions of Nearly Witches. I like the production of both versions. I think it's really good. If there's one song that I can't stand out of all the Panic songs, is the song I'm Ready to Go. I don't like it. I had it as an alarm for a very long time, and I think that's why I hate it so much. But yeah, But the song that I love from Vices and Virtues more than Nearly Witches is Memories. Memories, I like it because it's such... I like that it's like these two people, you're telling the story of two people against the world, but it didn't work out. Right? You have all these love songs where they're like, oh, it's two people against the world. It's the congregation vagrant and the with an unrequited love. Passions and salutations, and finding refuge was enough. And she was the youngest of the family, but the last to be let go. And they decided to try to make it on their own. I like that because I like that says so much about the relationship. Those are two people that they had so much going for them in terms of like new beginnings and stuff like that. And what ultimately changed, what ended the relationship, it was, you know, money, bills were piling high, and the smile. I like the lines of, and the smile had finally faded from the apple of their eye. And they were young and independent, and they thought they had it planned, but they should have known right from the start, you can't predict the end. I like that line, those lines, because it's so honest. Like, and I know it's a Ryan Ross. That's Ryan Ross. He wrote it. I know he definitely wrote that. That's not a Brandon line. But I love that because I love the story it's painting of just a relationship gone wrong, but it didn't go wrong because it went wrong. It went wrong because life happened. And that's why I appreciate that song. And you don't really get songs like that. Okay, I'm gonna triple check that I got everything. Because I think I got everything, but I want to make sure. I want to triple check, and then I need to find the secret. Like, if there's any secret entrances. Let me see. Is there any secret... Let's see. Yes, I was right. We're missing... We're missing from this room. Okay. Where? Where are we missing from this room? So... Oh, back there. I now see it. Oh my gosh. I missed that whole section. Jeez. I was like, where did I possibly miss? I definitely missed this. That was so bad. I'm just like, man, where did I miss? I can't think of anywhere I missed. And I missed that huge chunk of just like stuff. Which is hilarious when you think about it. I'm just like, I missed that whole thing. But yeah, but Memories is one of my favorites. Whenever I listen to it, it's like I'm reminded why I liked like Panic at the Disco. Like that song is one of them. Like Ballad of Mona Lisa definitely brought me back to Panic. Don't get me wrong. It definitely brought me back to listening to Panic because of Vices and Virtues. But that song was one of them that made me stay. Like, as a fan. Because that song was just such a very good, oh my gosh, description of life. Like I said, I implore you to listen to that song. That song is really nice. And it just, like I said, it says everything. It says everything. and it doesn't have a happy ending, because life it doesn't always have happy endings. We don't always get what we want, or we get what we want but not in the way we thought, and that's why I like it. Okay, let's see if I can get this. Start, can't predict the end. Where'd you go? I fell off of the roof. But yeah. But yeah, so that's my opinion of vices and virtues. Fever, I can't sweat out. There's a bunch of songs from Fever I like. Like, for example, I like the song "There's a Reason Why These Tables Are Numbered." You know, anyone who hasn't listened to that album and know why the titles are so long, they don't know how old 2000s, you know, titling worked. Yeah, like Panic was just like, oh wow, we want to have our titles as long as Fall Out Boy. And then they realized that was a bad idea, because then it's really hard for anybody to like say the name of your song, and it keeps the song too niche for anybody to like sell, which I find funny. Okay, so there we go. And then no, okay. Well, I am going to have to your eyes. What happened to my eyes? Let me see. Oh wow. Oh. Okay. Yeah, you should have told me sooner. Chance. I'm like... Okay. Thank you for telling me, Chance. I was like, I did not know anything happened to my eyes. I did not know. I didn't even type anything, which is the funny part. I didn't even type anything. So that happened like, it probably like VC face like glitched out or something like that. And I'm like, oh wow. But yeah, we're gonna get this done, and then, oh my gosh, my body hurts. My body is like, why are you doing this? Why do you have the headset? I need to like work out. I think that's what it is. My body is like aching, but I think it's because like whenever I don't like work out before I use my weighted blanket, because my weighted blanket, when you use a weighted blanket, I realized your eyes were closed. Yeah, at least it wasn't in a weird expression. It just was my eyes were closed. At least. Like, but yeah, whenever you use a weighted blanket but you don't work out prior, your body is like, why did you lift weights? And I'm like, it didn't lift weights. Yes, you did. You lifted the blanket. You rolled over last night. And your body just doesn't forgive you. It's like, no, I refuse to forgive. Okay. So let me see. Is there anything else I missed? Oh yeah, I forgot. I have to switch the polarity. I have switched the polarity. Okay, so Hall 3, but yeah, do you guys remember Hey Monday? I don't know if you guys remember Hey Monday. It's such a niche reference. So most people won't remember it. Like, won't remember it probably. But do you guys remember Hey Monday? Like, I also listened to Hey Monday. Like, Hey Monday is like a very niche. Like, you had to literally be born in the 2000s in order to know Hey Monday. Like, you had to, because literally, like, Hey Monday is one of those bands that they were together, they disbanded, the lead singer went on her own and decided, you know what, I'm gonna do country for a minute. Like, that was the choices of the people that made Hey Monday. The band Hey Monday. And so I'm like, oh my gosh, I remember, like, my brain just was like, I remember Hey Monday. It's such a random, like, you guys, like I said, it's so niche to know the band Hey Monday. Like, crime scene cleaner. Oh, let's not do YouTube. I just get the guide. Crime scene cleaner. Nightmare mode. But yeah, so like Hey Monday is one of those where like you had to know. Like, it was during the Fireleaf era. Like, it's such an old reference. I don't know. Chance, do you know of Hey Monday? Other than me just telling you about Hey Monday? Like, it's one of those. No? Yeah. That's what I thought. Hey Monday is, like I said, it's one of those so niche. It was a niche band. Very niche. You probably, like, most people will have forgotten about Hey Monday. Because it's like, it is, like, that one is a band from the early 2000s. It is so, like I said, it's, anyone who knows it, like, really doesn't. Like, it's one of those, like, you would have to, like, really remember it. Okay, so Colin Dead. Paint. Cassette. Continue along the conveyor belt as it ascends, and from a higher vantage point, you're gonna look down once again, nearby the vents and pipes. Ah, got it. Okay. But yeah. But Hey Monday was one of those bands that I remembered. That ages me. Like I said, it definitely ages me. You guys probably know it does. Yeah, you're the only one here. But that's fine. It's fine if you're the only one. Because, like I said, you guys will get more people. Like, you guys will get more stuff. So even if you don't stay till now, like, I'm not gonna get mad about it because, you know, why would I? Well, I can go back to YouTube. That's totally fine. You can go back. If you feel like going back, that's okay. I won't get mad at you for doing it. You were at least here. All night long. All night long. Okay, so is there anything we missed? Let me see. Is there anything we could have missed? Yo, I see you. I see you, you're back. Okay, let me see. Is there anything I missed? No, I don't think I missed anything. We got the one to the graded wall. There was someone standing at the controls. We got that, and there's no secret. Wow. So, there's no secret here. I would have thought it would have had some secret. Let me see. Nothing? Nothing? Yeah, nothing. Yo, I thought there would be more. But I guess... That kind of sucks. Find the collectible. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have anything. That's the last item. So... Okay, so we're gonna jump down here. And we're gonna go like this. And we already picked up our stuff. Yep. You went back to YouTube just in time. For me to end this. Go. Go. Okay. So, yeah, there's nothing else. So, we're gonna pull up my hitch. This, and yes. We did everything. Okay. Yeah, and that was on point. It was going to be a longer one. Because that one was hard because you had to puzzle it a little bit. And look at how many bodies. Lots of buddies. Click continue. But yeah, you guys, it's fun whenever I get people in the TikTok chat. It's always fun. Yeah, secrets. And we got the waterproof cardboard. Yo. So we can now put, our buckets can be cardboard. And then our hand is red. We're the wicked one. We're the wicked one. Yo, look at our achievement. Okay. So, we managed to do it. Look at our fully furnished house. Our house is fully furnished. But yeah, this is our next place. As you guys can see. This is the next thing we fill up. Look at this. We have our little bloodstain area. All of our upgrades that we have received. We got like the light one. We did this one. Look, it's a saw trap. We have our orbs. We still need to get another weapon, but I don't know what it's gonna be. And then we have like shoes. Cool. We've got shoes. I feel like this is gonna open up into something. All of our detergents that we have on Axis. Look, our duckies. Our good duckies. Look at our pressure washer. Look at it. It looks like an ecto pack in our fishing stuff. Look at that. We got all our stuff. We got our stuff. And then we got our waterproof buckets. We're gonna have so much fun. Let me put the bucket. Our waterproof bucket. Because, like, who's gonna tell me I can't do that? You know? Okay, so I have too many points, so we'll see if we, like, eventually acquire more. But yeah. So this is our next one, and it's called Secret Lab. So I'm telling you it before we go into it next time. So this one, we're the committee. We transform the world from behind the scenes, and we had our eyes on you for a while, Mr. Kowalski. Your work is impeccable. So we're going to task you with cleaning up one of our facilities. We had a serious breach of protocol, which resulted in death and chaos. Do your best to be diligent and discreet. Everything you witness can be used against you. We're the committee, and if you are not with us, your days are numbered. So, yay! So that'll be our next level next time. That'll be what we do next time. So, we'll be cleaning up the committee. Oh, and let's...
Who's a
Our good little boy.
Who's not working for a mob?
He's just our bestest boy. Look at Dexter. Dexter, our bestest boy. I love the fact we can pet the dog.
Who's a good boy?
Oh my gosh, yes, you're the bestest boy. You're the bestest boy. You're the bestest boy. The bestest boy I've ever seen. Bestest boy I've ever seen. But yeah. But yeah, we got everything. The only thing I wish is, like, it would have triggered a cutscene. Like, if it could have triggered a cutscene of, like, oh, something special for the fact that you, like, got all of these, right? But I'm fine with it. I'm like, okay, well, I got dream catchers. So, well, I guess. So, we did our job. Yeah, boxes. Yeah. Okay. So. And we're gonna go here. I'm gonna go in to here. Not. There we go. I'm gonna put the chat back in to where it was. Vertical. Just chatting. Yes! Yes! Look at that. Look at that. We did good. We did good today. We did good. Since no one really stayed till the end, I'm not obligated to do my Brandon Urie impression. I could do it next time when you ask. If you ask for it. Those of you who are gonna rewatch the stream. If you rewatched the stream, if you guys ask for it, I will do it. But in the just chatting section. So, I'll do my Brandon Urie impression. So, I will see you guys. Today is Monday. So, Thursday. I will see you guys Thursday when we do... What is it? Brain. We'll probably do some indie game. We'll do an indie game of some sort, or I'll probably come up with something for Thursday, because Five Nights at Freddy's we're doing on Saturday. That's gonna be Saturday. I want as much time as possible. So Five Nights at Freddy's will be Friday. Well, not Friday, Saturday. So we'll do Five Nights at Freddy's Saturday, and yeah, everything will be good. I will see you. I'll see you guys later. Have a wonderful day. Bye. And thank you guys, everyone that had subscribed. If you guys are so wonderful. and I hope you enjoy all the other content that you look at. Bye. Bye, Chance.